was driving.
I came down last night. I was going to ask
That's why.
you. Yeah, how about you? Was it okay this morning, or was it pretty?
It was okay. Yeah, it was better than I expected. So I left my home like 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
So it took
A long time.
it was okay. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, last night it took me about 2 hours as well, because the snow was falling by the time I drove down.
I was almost thinking it'll be canceled. I'm glad it's
Yeah, we'll see how many people make it. I know a bunch of people are coming through there. Thank you so much.
because then I need to sign that. So it's not destroyed.
No, I'm sure it'll be fine. And they're, those older singers, they don't make it better. So, yeah, that's great.
Or is it just me?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to today's Denver Lyric Opera Guild Louise C. Contra Masterclass. For those of you who aren't familiar with a masterclass, it is a little different than a normal class. By the time the singers come to a masterclass, they are expected to have the fundamentals of singing down. So what you're going to see today is a chance for the singers to get feedback from a new professional in the industry to help them work with the nuances of their performance. When you hear an opera singer perform an aria, it's not just a beautiful song. They are looking to embody a character, and part of what you're going to see today is ways to help the singer fully develop the character through their song. So that is what you're going to be seeing today, and I am very happy to introduce our teacher for today. For those of you who have been members of Denver Lyric Opera Guild for a while, you'll be very familiar with our teacher. It is John Lindsay, who is the 2011 winner of our competition. John is a wonderful tenor who has had a wonderful career so far and is also teaching up at Colorado State University. So we're really pleased to have John here today. He's done wonderful work up there, had an opportunity to see some of the progress of his singers. It's very impressive, so I think you will be pleasantly surprised with what you see here today. And also would like to introduce our collaborative pianist today, Julian Lee, who is also teaching up at Colorado State University and has had an extensive career in collaborative piano with a number of major organizations. So thank you so much for being here today. And now I'd like to introduce John Lindsay.
Thank you, everybody who's here and who's watching online. I appreciate you having me today. I have sort of a dual relationship with the masterclass format. On the one hand, I really, really like it because I get to work with singers who I may never see again. So we have this one sort of small chunk of time to spend together to refine our process, to work on our art. And on the other hand, in a way, it's like auditions. It's kind of an artificial environment because we're only possibly going to interact for a very small period of time. I don't know the singers personally. I don't know their trajectory that their teacher has planned for them. So everything that I say may or may not be good as far as the individual singer and their progress goes. But what's important to me is that we find ways to communicate and explore and sort of get into the body and get into our art form in a way that allows authenticity. That's the biggest thing for me as a singer. It's not technical proficiency, it's not, necessarily what you're doing on stage, is what you're doing authentic to you as a singer, as an artist, and as a human being, yeah? And so that's, I think, going to be another focus that we touch on today as we work with singers. Because I'm a vocal instructor, I may occasionally give technical hints. If they don't work, throw them out the window, yeah? These are just kind of little suggestions along the way. So I'm not going to take up too much time. I'll bring up Jennifer, our first singer, and we'll get started.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Wagner. I am singing De se piacer mi vuoi from La Clemenza di Tito. De se piacer mi vuoi, de se piacer mi vuoi, lascia i sospetti tuoi,
Beautiful work. Really lovely. Yeah. Tell me what you thought of how it went.
It wasn't my best performance, to be honest, but it's also 9 in the morning and a
Yes.
very cold weather outside. So I was happy overall with how it went.
Yeah, absolutely. What are some of the things that you liked that you did?
That I liked.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like I was consistent for the most part all the way through, and I knew what I wanted to do with my character. And some of my notes were better than others, but yeah.
Okay, good. So I love that you felt connected to the character. As we work a little, would you mind sort of telling us a bit about what you're singing about in the scene, just so folks have an idea?
Yeah, so this is Vitellia's first aria from La Clemenza di Tito. It is one of Mozart's last operas. It's one of his opera serias. And so it's supposed to be serious, but this is one of the lighter moments to the show, even though Vitellia's father has just been overthrown. He was the previous emperor. Tito has taken over. She's kind of hoping to be chosen as emperor, but at the same time she kind of wants his demise, or empress to his emperor, but she also kind of wants his demise. And so this is her telling Sesto, who is a mezzo pants roll, well, wait a little bit to go kill the emperor until we see what happens and who's chosen as empress. But, so if you want to please me, the main translation is, if you want to please me, get rid of these annoying doubts, get rid of your suspicions.
Very nice. Thank you for sharing that. So if you could pick something to work on this piece today, what would you like our focus to be?
I think I really struggle because of the fickle nature of the character. I struggle to figure out exactly what to do with my hands. And also just because it's Mozart and the repeated text. When I sing more romantic music, I find there's less repeated text, and so I can really connect, okay, which motion I'm doing with what piece and what I want to have happen when. But with this piece in particular, I start to lose what to do halfway through, I feel like.
That makes perfect sense to me. So Mozart, opera seria by Mozart, especially when we get into these big sort of declamatory arias, can feel really artificial in a way. Like even though the music is very moving, the character, as you said, we're just kind of repeating ourselves over and over and over again. So I want to just kind of take it back to the beginning and start. And so from the very beginning of the scene, if we could narrow down an emotional focus for you to a single emotion that you're feeling at the top of this aria, what do you think that would be? Annoyance. I love that. So as we start the piece, see if you can allow yourself to kind of lean into that annoyance, yeah? Think of the thing that, whether it's driving down here in traffic and snow this morning or anything else, just kind of see if you can find a little bit of that focus. And as far as the annoyance, can you put it someplace out here and like really glare at it? And I'll stop us after a little bit. I just want to see what it feels like to really zoom in on this one very pointed place. Good. Can we stop there? All right. How's that feel so far?
Feels good. I felt more connected to my sound as well.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. So I think it's one of the wonderful things about Mozart is that he tells us in his music, in where he puts it in the tessitura, in the text that he chooses, he tells us like exactly where to go emotionally a lot of the time. But because it's so complex, it's like, like I don't know what to do with this, yeah? From the very start, as soon as you picked a spot and gave that like icy glare, it was a total change on the stage, a total change in character, yeah? As far as the hands, I am also a like handsy person, and I never know. Like I used to do what I would call the tenor goblet, like this thing. I'm like holding all of my emotions right there. And then I didn't know where to go. Like I didn't know how to put the goblet down and do something else, you know? So I think with these motions, we want to find maybe a little variation between a fast dismissive one and one that's sort of perhaps a little more regal, right? If all of them are a little bit sort of flippant and released, it seems like your commitment to how irritated you are slips just a tiny bit, yeah? So I would say save these faster ones for tempo changes in the music, like when things get a little bit faster. Otherwise, sort of, I wonder if there could be a floatier, more dismissive type of a physicality. Does that make sense? Yeah. Could we try from the top just once more? That's awesome. How does that feel to you?
Feels good.
Everything just goes like and is grounded physically on top, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you feel a difference here?
Yeah.
What is it?
There's just a little bit less pressure here.
Yeah. I also, out here, I sense a tiny bit more point or edge to the sound.
Yeah, okay.
Which is wonderful, yeah, because you have all of this rich chocolatey color. I think if you allow this annoyance to give you this tiny bit of edge, I get this beautiful ring out here in the hall, yeah? Let's start from the top one more time, and I won't stop you again, and we'll just kind of go through a bit of the piece. And if I feel a suggestion come on, I'll let you know, okay? Good. Sorry, I just had a thought, so I wanted to make sure. Yeah, so at this sort of pivot point in the aria, do you sense a change at all emotionally?
Yeah, just don't know what emotion.
That's okay. So we start out kind of annoyed, maybe even dismissive, right? Like, just deal with yourself, okay? Like, we're gonna take care of this situation, get it together. But then here, there's something a little different.
anticipation.
Yeah.
Anticipation for trying to leave.
I love that. Does it feel to you slightly internal, like you sort of turn inwards at all
Yeah,
with
a little
this?
bit, yeah.
Because you start with this very declamatory outward thing. I think this sort of anticipation is a really, really good instinct, and it seems like this is a moment where you can turn inwards a little bit. So, in your body, I would let yourself move a little bit, shift position on the stage, yeah? So you kind of go from this very like planted, grounded, authoritative place to all of a sudden you have this tempo change and you start to kind of think about, oh, this is going to be so good when it happens. You know, like when my plan goes through, this is going to be excellent. So just a slight angling of the body and maybe take a step or two. Just see what that feels like, yeah? Could we get into that tempo change wherever it's good for the two of you?
Is it a little bit before that?
Good, good, good. How's that feel?
Good.
Yeah, I think you could go a little further, Jennifer, if you wanted to, at that little shift. So, I mean, really let it, like, give yourself a little bit of motion, especially because then you have this tempo change, and that can kind of snap you back into how are we going to get this done. Does that make sense? We've got a couple minutes left. Would you be willing to try just a tiny vocal thing into this lower bit? How snarly can you make that for me as you descend into this kind of lower register without losing the beautiful space and height and color that you have? Can you let it like lean just a tiny bit forward towards the top front teeth and see what that feels like? Yeah. How's that feel?
Good?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Does it change anything for you physically as far as the sensation or the oral feedback that you
I
get?
pushed it a little bit forward, further on my canines, but
Yeah.
that's pretty much it.
Okay. Did that make any difference to what you perceived in the room?
Not a ton.
Not a ton. Did it make any difference out there? This kind of a little bit more forward lean. It adds this tiny bit, I think it fits in with that like annoyance idea, just this tiny bit of edge to the sound that for me gives it like, that's what's gonna carry over this orchestration, especially when you dip down into this. This is one of the things that Mozart does in these very virtuosic arias, right? He takes us like 2.5 octaves, and we have to figure out how to negotiate that. You're doing so beautifully, Jennifer. So I think as you make these choices, it's going to be tempting to want to articulate it with the hands and the arms. I think if you can commit to these like very focused, like leaning into the emotion and placing the emotion someplace in the room where you can lean into it, and then allowing that to sort of ground you in the body. When there's a movement, make the movement very like deliberate and committed, and then plant again. Because for us, from the audience, that's what shows us that there's conviction behind all of this virtuosic stuff happening in the music. Whereas if we get too much of the arm motions, or if they seem, I don't want to say flippant, that's not the right word, but do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
When it's like we're throwing them away, then it reads as a little bit of like, well, I wonder how committed she is to killing this guy. Does that make sense? Really beautiful work. Thank you so much for singing for me this morning. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yay, no, that's awesome. And then my second piece is Ich möchte wieder einmal I'm so sorry. Ich möchte wieder einmal Heimat sehen. It's from the land of smiles in German, which I'm not going to try to pronounce and butcher that. There's another aria that's a tenor one that's done a lot. This is one of the lesser known ones, but it's really short and gorgeous.
Very nice. How'd that one feel to you?
My German slipped me, but that's my fault for not looking it over more this morning.
It's fine. It's fine. I didn't know this piece until I saw it on the repertoire list for today. It's really beautiful. Yeah. So, tell me what you want to work on this.
Consistency between the first and second section.
Okay.
I feel like I don't know how to transition the character properly. The first section, she's saying, everything around me is horrible, everything's a stranger. She's in a marriage that she's not really a fan of and wants to go back to her homeland of Vienna. And so she wants to go back to Vienna. And so the whole second section is her visualizing and picturing Vienna, about how she wants to go back there, versus the first is what's around her presently.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think there's a way we can differentiate those things with vocal color or timbre? Have you ever played with that idea?
No, I haven't. I mean, I'm sure that would be a great way. I just haven't
Yeah.
done it, but yeah. I'd love to
Okay.
try it.
So, in this opening section, because I loved where your voice went at the very top of this piece. It was just like open and beautiful and glorious, yeah? So, would you come have a look at the music with me? I want to see where you feel like this character shift happens. So we've got this first page. Yeah?
Yeah, I feel like it happens right on the transition to the second page.
Okay. All right. So what I would like to do is we're going to open the first page exactly the way you did, and then from the first into the second page, I want to see if we can find sort of a different color to the voice that speaks to, I don't know, what should we say, wistful, feeling wistful, longing. Let's see what kind of color we can find. Yeah? So what that's gonna mean is see how obvious you can make this color shift for me. Yeah? Let's start it one more time. What'd you think?
It was better. I feel like the ending, my vocal technique's not there enough yet, and so I'm trying to place in the color that I want with it. But yeah, I like the ideas. I like
Yeah.
where I want to go with it.
So at the end of this piece, when you're up in the stratosphere, you just do what the body needs to do at that point, right? Like, I also feel like the end section kind of returns to a little bit of this exuberant feel of the beginning, where you're being really emphatic. So, but I did like, it sounded like you veiled the color a little bit on the second verse. You gave it just a tiny bit more of this, like, veiled is the best word I can come up with, right? Like just this little bit of shadow around what you were singing, like you were hearing it in your past, which was really beautiful. When you get to the end, let's see. Could we pick up at Wie eine Luft, das Heimweh quält mich so sehr? This is kind of like just from the middle of the third system into the last one, into this last bit, and see what we can do into these higher passages about allowing you to feel a little more connected into your body there, yeah? Yeah, come on over. Not at all. You're doing great. You're doing great. Is there a better place for you to start?
No, that's fine.
Yeah? A little more hooked in?
A little bit better, yeah.
Yeah, okay. May I offer you one idea, one technical idea? Okay. Let's go from kind of this same place. Every time you leap up to one of these very high places, I want to see what happens if you allow yourself to feel like the energy that is propelling your singing is actually moving downward in the body, kind of towards your navel area. Yeah? Feel like this is the center of where your body weight is. You can even, especially on this B flat, we don't have to do the C if you don't want to, but as you go up to the B flat, like you can even let yourself take a little bit of a downward bend in the knees, yeah? And just feel this downward movement, because as we ascend up in there, the body tends to, like everything wants to come up, yeah? So let's counteract that with a little bit of contrary motion. Same place we started last time? That's a lot more connected to my ear, yeah? What's it feel like for you?
It's a lot better and easier as well.
Yeah, excellent. So that's not actually, it's not like really a technical or a mechanical thing. It's just a like intuitive, where am I sending my energy during this phrase thing, yeah? I find that especially like when I would sing much higher lying repertoire, if I could allow my mental focus and sort of body energy to just rest lower in the body, it would sustain me much better. Otherwise, I'm constantly thinking about how am I going to make all of this crazy stuff at the top of the staff happen? Yeah. Of course, yeah, please.
So why do you think he put the fermata in the line? Do you know
Why he writes the fermata right there? I think it's because of, I forget the exact translation, but I want again to breathe. No, it's not breathe. Maybe it is. But there's something in the text that feels.
Yeah, I think this is very intentional.
Mhm.
And I would suggest you have more definition on the silence.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it was a little ease this time, but and then you decide to come back, invite the pianist.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so this is a really good point. So Dr. Lee just pointed out that in the sheet music, there's a fermata over a bar line where nothing's happening. There's no music happening, it's just silence. And some of the German text there is about needing to take a breath. So Dr. Lee just suggested if we can stay in that silence for a bit longer, it might actually sort of help the piece in terms of its movement and communication. Do you want to try that real fast? We'll kind of let that rest. Was that better, Dr. Lee? Yeah, I agree. I feel like that sort of just letting things settle for a minute, it does kind of give this very nice pause to the music. This is an operetta, right? So it has lots of this kind of waltzy feeling, and it's like all of a sudden the waltz just kind of pauses and stops. Yeah. Anything else you want to work on this piece for right now, Jennifer? Yeah, of course. So I think, obviously take this idea to your teacher, but I think this idea of like finding a bit lower energy flow or focus will help kind of anchor the voice up into this higher tessitura as well, yeah?
Yeah, sounds great.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you again.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you again.
Okay. So it looks like our next singer still isn't here, so maybe we'll just take like 5 minutes and see what the situation is, yeah? Yes.
Competition. What church? Were we over at Bethany? Lutheran?
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thinking too.
Yeah, I
Different
think so.
space. It's a very, we were just,
Yeah,
a very different space.
it is.
That was, remember how wide that is?
It's very wide. And I feel like it was pretty deep, too. This is kind of a friendlier
Yeah, it's a little bit more,
room.
it directs the sound a little bit better, I think, because I just used to feel so bad for the singers having to go from way over there to way over here. It
Yeah.
was big.
Yeah,
This is good. This is much easier.
I think so, too.
Yeah, no, I don't want to hear the singers. Piano was running away while I was playing.
We've got a substantial break here now. Unfortunately, our second and third singers are not able to make it, one due to weather and the other due to illness. So we've got time to kill for a little while.
Yeah.
So I apologize for that.
No, that's okay. Once we sort of stabilize the piano, if you want me to chat a little, I'm happy to. Yeah.
And what's happening with the piano?
It was running.
Oh,
Yeah.
that makes it a little hard.
Maybe I pushed it too much.
I apologize for this.
No, it's okay.
Sometimes the singers are a little,
Yeah, well, life happens, you know.
it does.
You can't
It
help the
does.
weather
No.
when we get sick. So,
Hopefully she's got an old car with marginal tires,
yeah,
so she's very concerned about
Of course.
driving.
yeah, that's no problem at all.
And if they're a little later in the day, then we have a backlog of singers to help fill the gaps.
Yeah.
But when it's the early morning ones,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
a little harder to fill it in.
of course. That's not a problem at all. Well, I can, talk for maybe 10 or 15 minutes about just kind of generally my teaching philosophy and master class and stuff. And then we can just kind of take a break.
I don't know if that's on.
It's an hard job that first hour, right? I've done this, Jackson. I did. I see you. Older, right? I see you. Congratulations. Yeah. You came after I left.
Yes.
And what field did you study?
My first year I was there, I studied with Joel Birch.
Okay. Yeah, right. He's at Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I studied with Julie.
Oh, yeah.
My name is Milena Mills, and I would like to sing the tower scene from The Turn of the Screw by Benjamin Britten.
Hello, my name is Donna Ray Warren, and I will be singing A forse lui, sempre libera, from La Traviata.
Nathan Jensen, and together we will be presenting Épouse quelque brave fille from Manon by Massenet.
Le grand mot que voilà, quelle route à distance suivie, et que c'est-il de cette vie, pour penser qu'elle finit là. Épouse quelque brave fille, digne de nous, digne de toi. Deviens au père de famille, ni pire ni meilleur que moi. Le ciel n'en vaut pas davantage, c'est là le devoir attendu, c'est là le devoir. L'averti qui fit cette page n'est déjà plus de l'averti. Épouse quelque brave fille, digne de nous, digne de toi, le ciel n'en veut pas davantage, le ciel n'en veut pas davantage. C'est le devoir, c'est le devoir.
Hello, my name is Zoe Spangler, and I would like to sing Quel guardo il cavaliere from Don Pasquale by Donizetti.
Did your voice just go out there in the audience?
Did it just go out? Let's
Did
see.
you just hear it go out?
I
Or did
felt,
it kind of go, oh,
I'm not sure.
kind of went, hello? You got to use that back wall.
Okay.
Remember what I was talking with Nathan about was that diagonal? Use
Okay.
that diagonal.
Okay. Hello, my name is Zoe Spangler, and I would like to sing Quel guardo il cavaliere from Don Pasquale by Donizetti. Quel guardo il cavaliere, il tuo cor trafesse, piego il ginocchio ed esse son vostro cavaliere. so anch'io come si bruciano i cuori a lento fuoco. D'un breve sorrisetto conosco anch'io l'effetto di menzognera lagrima, d'un subito languor. Conosco i mille modi dell'amorose frodi, i vezzi e l'arti facili per adescare ancor. D'un breve sorrisetto conosco anch'io l'effetto, conosco d'un subito languor, so anch'io la virtù magica per inspirare amor, conosco l'effetto, ah sì, ah sì, per inspirare amor. Ho testo bizzarro, son pronto vivace, brillare mi piace scherzar, se monto in furore dirò sto segno, ma in riso lo sdegno fa presto cangiar. Ho testo bizzarro, ma cuore eccellente, so anch'io come si bruciano i cuori a lento fuoco. D'un breve sorrisetto conosco anch'io l'effetto, conosco d'un subito languor, so anch'io la virtù magica per inspirare amor, conosco l'effetto, ah sì, ah sì, per inspirare amor. Ho testo bizzarro, son pronto vivace, brillare mi piace scherzar, mi piace scherzar, a testo vivace mi piace scherzar, a testo vivace mi piace scherzar, mi piace scherzar.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Miguel Ángel Ortega Bañales, and I will be performing Magische Töne from the opera Die Königin vom Saba by Karl Goldmark.
Magische Töne berauschender Duft, küsse mich, linden Abendluft, kühle die Stirn mir, heilend und mild, lindre die Qual, die das Herz mir erfüllt. Um mich schwebt ein zauberischer Schein, wie im
Oh, fun.
Yes, and this is new for me. I will eventually add more ornaments. Today I only have a few.
I'm not concerned. Were you in here before? Did you hear about walking on?
No.
Okay, when you stand over there, you're walking through your past. You're going to stop in your present, but you're going to look towards your future. And you're going to turn and look at them and say, yeah, I'm not in the present, in the future yet, but I'm not in there anymore. And as I am moving through, I will grace you with this moment. Have a circle around you that's yours. That's your moment. Try it. Look to the future.
Good morning. My name is Gabrielle Raza Finchatuvu. Today I am singing Crude Furie from Circe by Handel.
name is Ruby Lee Pierce. Today I would like to sing Durch Zärtlichkeit from Die Entführung aus dem Serail by Mozart.
Can you just try that? Can you please try the thing that we were just talking about, that diagonal?
Sure.
So it's going to go clear from out there through your head when you speak. Try it. Feel that? Goes through here. Don't bend.
Hello, my name is Ruby Lee Pierce. Today I would like to sing Durch Zärtlichkeit from Die Entführung aus dem Serail by Mozart.
Yeah, can you turn this real quick on? What's really important in this Fach that you have, Blonde speaks. So you have to know how to use the room to speak. Same thing goes. So instead of, hello, hello, it goes through. It goes clear on that diagonal through. You want to?
Hello, my name is Ruby Lee Pierce. Today I would like to sing Durch Zärtlichkeit from Die Entführung aus dem Serail by Mozart.
Good. And you just set up your things.
Hello, my name is Armando Contreras, and I would like to sing A per sempre from I Puritani. Oh. suave per sempre. Per sempre io ti perdei, fior d'amore a mia speranza.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Denver Lyric Opera Guild Masterclass. Unfortunately, we have had a number of singer cancellations due to illness and weather so far this morning, and it looks like we're going to have a couple of more in the morning session. So before we get back to our next singer, I'm going to bring up John Lindsay, our teacher for this session, to talk to us a little bit about his teaching philosophies. John?
Thank you very much. Well, for all of you watching from home, yeah, we've had several folks bow out this morning. There seem to be many bugs going around. I had one just a couple weeks ago, so that makes things kind of challenging. And then obviously the weather overnight has made the roads pretty treacherous. So I'm sorry that we can't have everybody joining us this morning, but I'm looking forward to hearing people as the day goes on. So I think one of the things I can talk about just a little bit is that I mentioned at the beginning of this morning is the masterclass format. I mentioned that I have a little bit of a dual relationship in terms of how I think of master classes, in that on the one hand, I get 30 minutes-ish of very concentrated time with a singer who ordinarily I would not have the opportunity to work with. And that's a really wonderful gift that we both get to experience. The drawback to that is I don't know at all the trajectory of what that singer and their coaches, teachers, mentors are working on. So for me in a masterclass setting, the priority is being of service to the person on stage who is singing and to their entire process. Masterclasses can occasionally turn into sort of a showcase for teachers. So in general, as a masterclass clinician, people will be a little surprised when I come in because I don't really have the jazz hands the whole time that I'm up on the stage. But that's because I don't view this as being about me. I view it as being about the student and their process, and them being gracious enough to let me into that process for perhaps 30 minutes of their Saturday. I think that also, though, gives me a really wonderful look into the teaching that's happening around the state. And every time I get to do a master class, one of my favorite things about it is I get to see the work of my wonderful colleagues throughout the state of Colorado, or if I go and give a master class elsewhere, I get to see the outcome of these processes that are constantly going on with students to help them hone their craft and hone their art. So in terms of philosophy, as we move on throughout the day, my hope is that you will see my philosophy kind of embodied in these sessions, which is that the singer and their art and craft is the focus, and not only the technical or dramatic aspects of that craft, but also the human part of that craft. I think that having sung professionally for a number of years and gone through much of the same training that the singers who I will see today have been through, it's often easy, both from a casting perspective, from an audience perspective, and from the perspective of being an artist, to view yourself as an object, to kind of reduce yourself to your function, right? I'm a singer, I sing opera, I'm on a stage, here's what I do. And it's like, whoosh, we take an entire human being and shrink it down into a role and act like that role is the thing that matters the most. And the role is important, the role is what our job is, but none of us is just our job. And if your job is being an artist, if your job is being a musician and being a singer, that inherently means that the whole of your humanity must inform that. Yeah? It's okay to compartmentalize, it's okay to sort of take things apart and look at the way that things are working together, but never forget that there's a whole that is actually what shows up. There's a wholeness of a human being that shows up to sing. That's incredibly important, because those are the performances, those are the singers that are truly moving in this art form, are the people who show up with this amount of openness and vulnerability that we don't see in everyday life. That's why we come to things in the arts. We see people up in this very exposed environment where they're doing something that's so incredibly important to them, and they're sharing it with us in the audience and sharing it with their collaborators on stage. So when I work with students, it's always a human being first, period. That's the thing that comes first. And then from there, we can start to work through what that human being is doing in terms of technique or dramatic choices or ways that they think about their character, those sorts of things, if that makes sense. I was not trained that way necessarily. I was trained in a very sort of mechanistic, be efficient, learn how to repeat the same thing over and over. And that is a component of the singing process. Because as I mentioned to some folks earlier, having this as your instrument is like if you played clarinet and somebody gave you a different clarinet every single day, depending on the weather or what you had for dinner the night before or how much sleep you had. Or if you're sick, they give you a clarinet that's bent in half and good luck, you know? So we're working with a set of variables where we do want to find that consistency, but never at the expense of authenticity. Consistency never trumps authenticity, especially when it comes to art. I've been to more messy, vocally imperfect, emotionally wrought, and incredibly moving performances than I can tell you. because while the sound that we make is really kind of amazing, it's amazing that the human body can do some of the things that opera singers do. It's more amazing that a human body can communicate the things that we're able to communicate if we are open to that. So that's not everybody's philosophy, but that's kind of where I come from on some of this stuff. So thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I generally am quiet and don't like hearing myself talk, so I'm going to stop talking as quickly as possible, and we'll hear our next singer and do a little bit of work together. Sound okay? All right, thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christina Butler. I will start with an aria from Platée by J.P. Rameau, and it's called Air de la Folie.
Really wonderful, Christina. How'd you feel about it?
It's a little fast.
Yeah? Okay, that's all right. We can sort of go work our way back through a little bit and find a tempo that's a little comfier, yeah? If you wouldn't mind, let's use the mic and we can sort of tell everybody a little bit about what's happening in this piece as we work together, yeah?
Totally. So in this piece, well, I'll back up. The premise of the opera is that Platée is a swamp frog, and she thinks that anybody that comes to her swamp is in love with her. And so the gods think, let's play a trick on Platée, since she's so ugly. Let's play a trick on her and pretend that Jupiter, the god, is in love with her. And Jupiter comes and pretends to fall in love with Platée. It's essentially to make Jupiter's wife jealous. And folie, which means folly or madness or lunacy, is singing this aria as a warning to Platée. She references Daphne and Apollo, and if you know that story, Apollo chases Daphne because he's in love with her because he was shot by Cupid with an arrow, and Daphne called out to her, "Father, please save me, I don't like this guy," and he turns her into the laurel tree. So she's essentially using this aria as a warning to Platée. He doesn't really love you. This is not a true loving relationship.
Okay, very nice. Thank you for sort of laying that out for us, because especially with early opera, every once in a while, keeping track of the plot is like, it's a Jerry Springer episode a little bit, right?
Yeah, totally, I agree.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. What do you think you want to work on today on this piece?
I'd love to do the cadenza section.
Yeah.
I think I'm really just singing it note by note as it's on the page, and I'd like it to be more improvisatory, and I'd like to bring more character to it, because I think there really can be a lot more character to that section.
Good.
And I'd like your opinion on the interludes.
Sure.
I don't know if I want to be square dancing for every single one.
I loved it, but...
What I would love to do, and what I've seen in productions or, like staged concert versions of this, is the soprano will like dance to the conductor's podium. But when I tried to do that in studio class, I was literally out of breath for my next section. So I have to just kind of take it easy physically.
Sure.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay. So let's see. Let's start with this little cadenza section. I'll come up and join you at the music and see if you can clue me into where we are here. Feel free to come on around. Feel free to come on around and you can show us where you'd like to go.
It's getting into this section.
Okay, good. And then, so moving into this section, we've got a bit more flexible tempo, it sounds like? Yeah? Okay. So let's just we'll have a run at it. You stop after the cadenza, and we'll talk about how you felt like it went.
Okay.
And some ideas we could try out. Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. So if we just start at Que l'amour est cruel, yeah, top of 181. Already better that time, huh? How'd you feel about it?
Good. I think because I could isolate it and it's not, around all this bookended by all this coloratura.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's much easier to sing it.
Yeah, that makes sense. So what kind of happens for you when you isolate that? What does it feel like to isolate it in your body?
It feels way calmer.
Uh-huh.
And then I truly do have the the time to take with each word, each phrase, and
Yeah.
it's not like that. The isn't really in my head anymore.
Yes,
Yeah.
totally. So I think, especially with sections like this, obviously this depends on your work with your coach and your teacher, right? But I would encourage you to sort of lean into this stillness and almost full stop feel that you get here. Because that's the whole point of this, is that you get to just like noodle around as, I mean, this character is so kind of lithe and playful and maybe sardonic once in a while, you know?
Yeah.
So kind of leaning into that little bit of playfulness. You're being so clear with where your beats are and with where you're coming back in. You're leading exceptionally well. So give yourself that luxury. Never feel pushed through this section. If you do what you just did every time you sing this, it's going to be wonderful. Yeah? You want to just have one more go at it?
Sure.
Play even a little more this time. Kind of play with a little bit of stretch.
Oh, yes, I will.
Sorry about that. Very nice. Feel okay? All right, excellent. So I think especially, like, I love how you changed how you sold it. I love how you changed how you sold it that time through. So I think the other thing that that I would encourage you on, Christina, is that you have excellent instincts on stage. We'll have a look at these little interludes, but my sense is that you maybe want to go a little further. I would lean into it. You have very, very good sort of gut impulses towards what you want to do. Let's see if we can find one of those. Yeah? Find one of these little interludes. Where would be a good place? Should we just go on from there, from the cadenza? Or should we go before?
Let's go before, because the interlude isn't very long.
Okay.
Could we like go? Kind of the whole aria was a little fast for me.
Okay, so what is your...
Yeah, let's just go from here. Yeah.
Okay, how'd that feel?
Much better.
Yeah? What felt better about it to you?
Well, I tried to push myself to do something different physically, and it was a little bit slower.
Yes, so tempo was comfier. Sorry, we'll go over to the...
Better, is this on?
Yeah.
What was better about that was that I pushed myself to try something different physically, and the tempo was more comfortable.
Okay, very good. So one of the things that I just want to clarify, because you're so specific with your focus points, who are you singing to here?
So in my head, Platée and Jupiter are like sitting there, and Jupiter's pretending to be in love with her, and she's so happy about it. But I'm like, watch out, girlfriend. And then on this side is all the other people who are watching this spectacle go down.
Okay, and then are you up on a stage in front of them? Like this
Yeah.
is a literal performance?
Yeah.
Is anybody on stage with you, or are you?
Yeah, there's a small ensemble that
Small
I
ensemble.
conduct at the beginning where I'm like, essayons de brillant, like, let's add some brilliance to this, people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. So one of the things I'm curious about is as you keep trying to motivate everybody with all of this kind of frivolity you're bringing into it, does anybody ever buy in? Or do you just feel like you're trying to convince them the whole time?
That's a good question. Platée and Jupiter are definitely not into it. They're just kind of like, what are you talking about? And I imagine people over here are enjoying the spectacle, but they don't want to join in on the very straightforward mockery of Platée. I imagine they're just a bit shy and they don't want to join in.
Okay, that makes sense. How charismatic are you? Like, do you think you could convince them at some point?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do.
I kind of
Yeah.
do too.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that I'm wondering about in terms of differentiating these interludes. Because I think I counted 3 where you danced, is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm wondering about the first one, you're up here, you're obviously kind of calling out gods. It's kind of a big deal, right? But you don't have any respect for that system of authority. So you're like,
Right.
whatever, I'm going to do what I want, right? They, at this point, are maybe horrified,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
And they are not amused. The second time, I wonder if you could go just a tiny bit bigger in terms of the movement, like you just did. Like,
Yeah.
I think what we just did here is a good, like, this is middle ground. They start to get into it.
Okay.
And on the last one,
Yeah.
can you see them actually being like,
Yeah.
like they get so maybe even, I don't know whether that means the steps become bigger.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, obviously in these shoes.
I know.
Like we're
The plight of a woman.
we're aware
Yeah.
of the shoe situation.
Right.
But even if it's like less like on every beat and more like on every other beat, like
Oh, yeah.
bigger, swoopier motions.
Okay.
Just kind of getting to the point where you're like, you know you've got them beat to an extent because these folks have bought in.
I know I've got them what?
You know you have their number,
Oh, okay.
like you're on the right track in terms of getting on their nerves
Okay.
because these folks have all bought into what you're doing.
Got it.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay.
So the first one, you're just like, hey, I'm just messing around.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. The second one, you see them starting to get into it and you're like, am I just messing around? Who knows? And on the last one, it's like, I've won. Do you know?
Okay. Yeah. No, I like that.
Can we play with that a little
Yeah,
bit? Let's just
yeah.
go from the top of the aria. We'll
Sure.
find this comfier tempo and make each one of those interludes kind of grow for you a little bit.
Okay. Can we just start at the aria? I was also out of breath.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. You're doing a lot of work.
Yeah.
And I have to tell you, it's beautiful. Like,
Thanks.
the differentiations that I'm seeing between the sections are so clear now. Can you feel that?
Yeah.
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 It's gorgeous. So take a minute, because this is, you're putting on a whole one-person show.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then we'll restart whenever it's comfy, yeah?
Okay. Cool. Should we start from most to last? Yeah. Actually, so restart from where with the goal of what? What do you say?
Say what for?
Restart from where with the goal of what?
I would say, so you've already done, basically our goal this last time was to juxtapose these three different sections. We've been
Yeah.
through two of them, right? We've got one more to go. So
We were at the end.
we were at the very end after
Yeah.
that? Okay.
Yeah.
So we've got did we have 2 or 3 sections with today?
So the very first one, sorry, I should have brought my music up. So the very first one is this one before I even start. And then there's like a half section right here.
Yeah.
And then there's one more big one right here. And then that's essentially it.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So, and we just kind of started at the top of the aria, so we
Yeah.
didn't get the full intro.
We got the full one.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, got it, okay. Well, talk to me. Sorry, I'll use this. Talk to me a little bit about how that felt in terms of the flow of the physicality this time through, other than sort of like being more work.
Yeah, I think I have a tendency to do too much physically, and then I'm like, oh geez, I'm out of breath by the time I'm singing again.
Yeah.
So I think figuring out ways to do bigger motions without being more aerobic, I guess,
Yeah.
is going to be a challenge moving forward with this aria.
Okay, I think that makes a lot of sense to me. I think on this final one, where the movement was kind of the biggest and the most pronounced, that was, I imagine, where the physical workload felt
Yeah.
a little much. Where do you feel like your sort of center of gravity or carriage is when you're making these movements?
Like here, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
good.
trying to make it there.
Yeah, that's great. I think one of the things that, at least historically for me as a singer, when I've been asked to do physical stuff on stage, that's been a little bit of a challenge is I get into this place where my center of gravity will shift upward just slightly, and then all of a sudden I feel like I can't get this full expansive down breath.
Right.
Right? So could we start from, we can either do the whole cadenza or just the end of the cadenza, because we've got that one last section of movement afterwards, right?
No.
No, it's pre the cadenza?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's find a starting place where we can do that last section of movement.
Okay.
And can we see what it feels like to shift the center of gravity even further down, like towards the base of the pelvic bowl
Okay.
as you move around, and see if that sort of alleviates maybe a little bit of extra effort or energy in the upper body. I wonder if that'll conserve things for you just a
Okay.
little bit.
Yeah.
It may be a terrible failure.
Sure.
but
sure.
we can
Sure.
try.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay.
So let's find a good spot to get into that last section of movement maybe. So it would be before the cadenza, I think. Yeah, this last big one, right? So we're looking here on page 180, pre-cadenza.
I can just go from
Yeah. That's great for me. Does that work for you, Dr. Lee, just starting here? Okay, perfect. So yeah, I mean, I think just kind of like, see what it feels like to have the movement very like from the top of the pelvis and down.
Yeah.
That's where the physical energy is going to go, and hopefully the rest of the energy can transfer up into the voice.
Okay.
Yeah.
La metamorfosa. C'est ainsi que le monde de temps s'avance, de temps s'avance. Quell'amore cruel, quand il est outragé.
How does that feel? Any different?
Good. I'm still like, but I don't know. Yeah,
Yeah.
but it was better.
Okay. No, that's fine.
I was still out of breath, but it was better.
It's better. Yeah. So I think one of the things that you and I may have in common is that we are physical overdoers when it comes
Yeah.
to like stage commitment, which on the one hand is really beautiful, but on the other hand can backfire a little bit, right? So in terms of whether you're doing lots of movement or whether you're just very activated before you sing, what's a sort of strategy that you have to sort of bring that down a little bit? Do you have anything like that you lean on?
I don't, but I think I should have one. And I think when I'm acting, I do forget to have a really intentional low breath.
Yeah.
And so I think I should try to keep having low breaths as I, go through those 12 measures or whatever it is.
Yeah, sure. So I think that's a really good strategy. Just kind of intentionally focusing on a slightly lower position in terms of where you want to feel the release for the breath. The two other options that sort of jump to mind, one of them is more obvious and one of them is less obvious, is if you wanted to, rather than having the movements be quite as rapid, kind of go in the direction of a slower but grander sweeping gesture,
Sure.
if that makes sense. So just kind of like gradually spread yourself out towards the crowd
Okay.
and then beckon them, and then
Oh, yeah, instead of going all the way.
instead of
Over
all the way
there.
over and then getting
Right.
back into the dance.
Yeah, yeah.
I wonder if that would sort of provide a little bit of a like, I've won,
Sure.
Over
Yeah.
the shoulder
Yeah,
kind of a
yeah.
look. That could conserve a little bit of energy. Another thing that, especially when we're performing very physical roles, is that as soon as our physicality activates, we get a flood of like chemicals and hormones into our
Yeah.
system, right? Like our friend adrenaline and or enemy adrenaline. So if there's a place like as you're turning around, there's this thing that's called the physiological sigh. Have you ever heard of that? It's basically kind of a quick reset for the nervous system. So if you can take a pretty deep breath, I'll sort of demonstrate it. It's like a very deep breath, and then one tiny sip of breath on top, and then release it out, right?
Okay.
So generally, you let the breath out very slowly on the exhale, but even if you do it kind of rapidly, it's amazing what it feels like in the body. Do you want to try it real quick? So it's just,
Yeah. So is there anything to do consciously on the exhale?
not really.
Okay.
Just like a full release on the exhale.
Okay. Just feels like breathing. I don't know if I'm doing something specific.
No, it's fine. So take one more in, and I think it's it's about the like double inhale through the nose, and then the exhale through the mouth, and then let it settle at the bottom before you take another breath in.
Okay.
Yeah, so. Yeah. So it's subtle, but I sort of saw your whole body go,
Yeah.
like ground itself
Right.
a little, right?
Yeah.
This is something where I would think about possibly moving into the cadenza. You can do it without the audience noticing as much. It just kind of looks like you're catching your breath, but you're actually using a very intentional physiological process to like help these stress hormones calm themselves down.
Okay.
There's a video where he explains the like neurological reasons that it works, but if it feels like it helps the body ground itself at all, it's a good tool just to have, like whether you're backstage before you're going out for a performance, or if you're in the middle of a piece like this where everything is just
Right.
right.
And what's it called one more time?
It's called the physiological sigh.
Sign?
Sigh.
Sigh.
As in a
Sigh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'll get your content. I'll send you like a YouTube video after,
Yeah, please,
after the
please
master
do.
class
Yeah.
where he explains
Please
it.
do.
But it's a tool that I've wound out using relatively frequently, just because when you're in the middle of a scene, once it feels like your heart rate is at a certain place and your carriage is at a certain height, it's very hard to release that and ground back down. We're wired so that once we move into that sort of activated place, we don't move out of it as quickly as maybe would be helpful.
Yeah.
Right? Especially if we're still in an environment where there's a lot going on. So finding little kind of resets like this, and it doesn't have to be the physiological sigh, but something along the lines of, how do I let my breath and my body go?
Right.
Yeah?
And that's so helpful because this aria is just about like feeling this and this and this the entire time and trying to counteract that constantly while keeping the energy up.
Yeah, and you're doing beautifully.
Thank you.
Like the last time through, where just the fact that we were like, can we imagine the center of gravity a little lower? Everything got a little lower, this got a little taller, and your sound changed. It was wonderful. Yeah?
Okay.
So can we, could we try that same place just one more time? And maybe we'll do like slightly slower but grander gestures. Let's see, so where did we go from last time? Yeah.
So much better.
Good, I'm so glad. It really like, it's so apparent here too, right? I would imagine it just feels like so much more let go when you're not having to negotiate that.
Yes.
Yeah, so it'll take a little bit of practice, and it'll be different every time you do this in terms of finding that sort of lower grounded feel. But I think if you and your teacher and your coaches want to sort of like lean in that direction, it just makes everything seem, I don't know, I love working with performers like you because it's like you're so energetic and so invested, but then it's like, but where do you catch a break?
Right. You're not going to make it through the end of the aria, Christina,
Yeah.
doing that.
Well, the thing is that you will. You made it through beautifully.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you want to make it through the aria and feel like, okay, all right, I've got some more. I can like take a minute and reset. That was beautiful work, Christina.
Thank you.
Really nice.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we have some time. We do not have time.
Okay. All right.
But I am so grateful we
you.
got to work together. Thank you very, very much.
you.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Natacha Condor, and today I will be singing O ma lire immortelle from Sappho by Gounod.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you very much. I love subtle music, so that was, it's really nice and lighthearted and subtle, right? Good. How'd it feel?
Good.
Yeah?
Yeah, good. There's a lot of like emotion.
Yeah.
There's a lot of emotion involved in this area, so good.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's hard, to go get in the emotion and just keep singing without like the emotion
Taking over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I thought you negotiated it really beautifully. Yeah?
Thank you.
Really, really beautifully. Would you mind telling us a little bit about what's happening in the piece since it's in French?
Sappho in this area is going to her tragic end because she's just gonna jump to the sea forever because she is in love with what is the name? Sappho. She's in love with one of the characters, and she just decided that her little lyre, like the lira, is always like her company. Always, she always find refuge there. So she says, like, even though she's in love, but she don't feel like that love is giving answer to her. She just think like even the lyre is not her partner anymore. So she just decided to finish with her life.
Right. So she can't be with the person that she loves, this thing that has always given her peace and solace, even that's not working, so it's just time to go.
Yeah.
It's just time to go. Okay. What do you want to work on this today?
A little bit in my chest gesture when I go down.
Yeah.
And also my ear, because it's a long phrases. So I just need to be sure that my ears is enough to go with all the phrases.
Okay, yeah. So that sort of chest register shift, and then finding enough air for these big, long phrases. Gounod is, he's such a fascinating composer, right? It kind of, it's like, it's in the line of Meyerbeer and all of this French grand opera stuff, but it has these touches of Verdi in certain moments. It's got these big, huge climactic, the end of this piece sounds like Verdi to me, right? So it does require this like legato that is so indicative of the French style, but then it has to have the emotional thrust of a death aria. That's a tall order, right? So in terms of sort of the chest registration stuff, what are you feeling? What do you want to
just to make sure that this blended and it is not like even if it's dramatic, I think I can do a big jumps. Just make sure that it's blended and not like just different positions, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. Are there specific places that you want to look at?
Yeah. When I go. Well, here's for air. All the beginning phrases is for air. All the beginning phrases. And then, I don't remember. Where's the now? I can sing it with the phrases. I think it's here. All of the C's and, all the lower notes.
Okay. So maybe from...
Yeah, I can take it from...
If we start somewhere on this page.
Yeah. So...
Yeah. Let's go from there through the top of the next page. Yeah, and I'll check in with how it feels.
Okay.
So we'll do these few systems and then check in with one another, okay?
From to right.
Let's pause. How'd it feel?
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's always like this extra air that I need a little.
Yes, I understand. So I think I hear what you're talking about. To me, the registration sounds spot on. It sounds great. I do hear a little bit of, how how do I want to say this? I feel like not the air itself, but the energy behind the air might not be as expansive as you want it to be, perhaps. That's a guess. It may be wrong. But let's try. Could we go from the same place?
Yeah.
I think I like the little catch breaths that you're taking. Could we try physicalizing the feeling of expanding through these phrases a little bit? Yeah. So whether you want your, just take your arms and give a little bit of this, and then each time you take a breath, reset, and then kind of expand again. And just see what this feeling of allowing the energy, not just to expand around you, but like around and out.
Okay.
Yeah? Let's see what that feels like. Yeah.
Help a lot.
Yeah, good. What felt different for you?
I think to do it like physically,
Yeah.
just my brain connect like you have the air, just do it, like just expand it, just relax, because we cannot do these gestures while we're singing, like for performance or something. So sometimes the arm just go closer, so the physicality doesn't help to expand. But doing that, I feel free because I can do the movement.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think if it's available to you as you sing the piece, even though we don't want to look like we have an inner tube all the time, right? Finding that little bit of release, I tend to feel it kind of in my shoulder joint. As soon as I feel my shoulder joints want to come in and up, I know I'm like, okay, I'm not necessarily finding that expansion. So that's the top part. And then I also have a tendency to feel I feel release around the front, but I feel release like kind of around on the middle back a little as well, yeah? Can we try that same phrase and see if we can find that expansive feeling without being as explicit with it? Yeah, beautiful.
It's weird because while I'm thinking in the back open, my shoulders gonna go
Yes.
in front, but that doesn't help me to open the chest. So I'm like in the motion, different emotion, contract emotion. So I feel like a little bit like weird but good. It's just have the balance of those, both.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. So it takes playing with, and it also it will shift day to day, possibly. There are days where my front body feels very, very open and expanded, and I can still feel the openness in my back. There are other days where it's much more advantageous for me to feel a bit more expansion across the back, kind of depending on many things. I'm old now, so if I sleep wrong, it just is going to feel weird. But kind of playing with that balance, because you're right, you don't want this caved in thing, but you do want the shoulder joints to be free and released, as well as the back of the ribs to expand if they need to, right? It might not even have to be like a physical activity. It can be more of just a feel of this is released, if that lands at all.
Yeah.
I think the other thing, excuse me, I feel like you're finding that release and expansiveness, and then we get to this douleur on the F natural, and the expansion is there. This is super picky, which I don't often get to do. I love it. So it feels like the expansion is there and the registration is right on, but it also needs just this tiny bit of extra something behind it, huh?
Okay.
Can we try once more?
Yes.
Same place, please. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Yes.
Different?
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have to like always trying to continue this because once I just stop thinking I just feel like also my body stop feeling this movement, energetic air movement maybe.
Yes.
Yeah. So maybe I have to be more conscious about thinking that all the time too.
Yeah. I mean, so it's so tricky, right? Because we're juggling a lot of different things. I think if there's a way that you can find that energy and not necessarily like have to focus on it, but just be aware of its presence. And as it starts, if you ever feel like I might just be kind of resting on the note, just remember that energy is already there, and if we just give it a tiny bit more attention, that it will go that direction. It's tricky because you have such a sizable voice that I'm trying to figure out how to because I had the same thing. We can make like a wall of sound without necessarily having the energy behind it that gives it that shimmer on the edge. Does that track?
Yeah.
And I think that you like 99% of the time have that shimmer, so that's why I can notice when maybe we're just kind of resting on that note. Does that track? But I think that what we just did is lovely, yeah? So just kind of staying aware of wherever you feel that sort of of the energy, yeah? That's a good thing to key into. Are there other of these phrases where you're thinking about carrying through with the legato?
Yeah, the same phrase but with different text.
Okay.
And all the beginnings also because I'm supposed to do in one phrase, like but sometimes going this rubato take a little bit of my air.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure when, like started maybe just early or late, or don't do it.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just try that phrase.
Okay.
Real quick so I can hear it. So what we were just saying is that there's this very long, drawn-out legato phrase that also has some rubato in it, and it's kind of right down along the first kind of transition point in the voice. So balancing it can feel a little tricky. So we're going to see how much rubato we want to take, if any, in order to get through that phrase, yeah?
Should I do any like emotion movement now or no? Yeah.
I think if you would like to,
okay,
please feel free, yeah? Yeah, that's okay. So let's just try once more because I saw the little bit of, is this where we are?
Yeah.
That's always tricky, yeah? Let's just start again now that we know where we are.
But mentioned before? Oh, exactly. Oh.
Good. It's such a long phrase for where it is, right? So what are you feeling as it kind of doesn't quite do what you would like it to do?
Then my ear start to just be smaller and smaller, even if I wanted to expand it, but it's just the way that it's written that, like, I normally take a breath there, like I breathe, but I would like to don't.
Okay, yeah. Could we just play with a couple different things and see if either of them are helpful? What happens if you allow just a little bit more chest mix to inform this?
From the beginning?
From the beginning. I wonder if that will regulate, not a ton more, like maybe 5%, but just a little more, just kind of lean on it just a tiny bit more. I wonder if that will make the air, like force the air into being more efficient.
Okay. Help.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can we do it again?
Yes.
I liked it a lot. Yeah, take a minute, reset. Break. Lovely. Really lovely.
Yeah, help me a lot.
Okay.
Actually, I was always thinking about like starting a little bit more, you like you says in the mix, or back a little bit more like, you know, in the head.
Yeah.
Because I thought that putting in the head a little bit gonna help me to flow the ear.
Mhm.
But now that you says, like, I feel more confident that maybe that's gonna help, like also mixing.
Sure. Yeah. So I think it's every once in a while this area at the bottom of the staff, and it's different for every person. Some people, if they think a little bit more head voice, it will regulate it very well. But for a voice like yours that has so much drive, I feel like just prompting the body to adapt to that is going to be really helpful. Yeah. This is also. It takes time for the body to learn how to facilitate a voice like yours, yeah? So these sort of little catch breaths and things that you take every once in a while, love them to death, yeah? Because I would so much sooner hear you singing with this full, engaged, embodied sound than trying to do phrases that are like, heroically long, even if everything's going super well, yeah? But I think that sort of, just that tiny touch of lean into the voice seems to be where it wants to live to my ear. Yeah? Any other places in this?
I think that's all that I want to do this one.
Okay. All right, great. Do you have
Yeah.
How are we on time? 5 minutes? Okay. Would you like to just sing a little bit of the... Voi lo sapete?
Yes.
Yeah. So this, I mean, we may not have time to work this, but as you go through, just kind of like play with these ideas of, okay, when I reset for my breath, and then as I sing through these phrases, I'm gonna feel this kind of reset.
Can I do it right?
Oh, yeah. Use whatever tools you want. This is more, for me, this is not about like a full performance. This is about you like getting your voice to a place of freedom and release. Yeah?
gelosia, ora se di gelosia me lo rapita, me lo rapita. Io piango.
Natasha, thank you very much. Beautiful singing today. Really beautiful.
Thank you so much.
All right. I think we got a lunch break, right? Okay, we'll be back here close to 12:45.
Oh, hello. So good of you to stop by. I hope you're enjoying this afternoon's Denver Lyric Opera Guild competition. I'm mezzo-soprano Claire McCann, and I was the 2020 DLOG winner. I was approached recently by one of your dedicated members to investigate what some seem to think is a mystery. Why do we support opera? The answer to that question could be as varied and nuanced as the genre itself, which has spanned nearly 400 years. Every day there are evolutions being made in this art form. It is a living, breathing thing with creators pushing each day to make it a more inclusive space with new voices, new stories, and a rich potential. Whether you are a lifelong opera fan and you love the romantic classics and elaborate productions, or say you appreciate a chamber opera with contemporary stories, or even if you are brand new to opera and today is the first time you have ever heard vibrato, there is something for everyone. DLOG members support the voices of today and tomorrow, and they support the range of talent in Colorado's Front Range and beyond. I, for one, could never have predicted the twists and turns that this pathway would take me on. But I can assure you that it has been and will continue to be full of challenges. Some of these challenges are helpful, such as pursuing new repertoire, traveling and auditioning in different cities, finding exciting and new collaborations, digging more deeply into poetry and language, and overall, getting to know my voice and connecting with it as I grow and change. Other challenges are simply a matter of time and resources. Travel is expensive, as are voice lessons and coachings. Add to that scores, application fees, membership fees, summer festivals, in addition to the cost of living today. I myself work an additional job while pursuing this career, as do many of my colleagues. So the financial aspect of the Guild's work provides a vital material support. Beyond the competition, the Guild represents another crucial element to the future of opera: its audience. I participated in the competition many times prior to my win in 2020, and each year I got to know the members a bit better. And it's their continued support, their enthusiasm, their encouragement, and their friendship that provides the support of community. And it is with community that we move forward. Opera, music, they bring us together to celebrate the trials and triumphs of being human. I love this art form. I love how it tells stories, how it cultivates moments, how it infuses words with melody so we may know them deeply. It makes me laugh, it makes me cry, but it allows me to feel and share with others. So, I want to thank the Denver Lyric Opera Guild for their continued support, and may we carry on. Bravo tutti!
From the very beginning, I was aware of the Denver Lyric Opera Guild because I started doing the Metropolitan Opera competitions when I was an undergrad at the University of Colorado. And so for me, the competition was a chance to show what I knew and to compete. And also, the prize money was amazing. From there, having won the Met, they helped me with scholarship funding. I requested some scholarship occasionally to go do auditions in New York, and as a young artist, you know, we have lots of expenses to do audition after audition, and there's airfare, and there's pianists, and there's coachings, not to mention voice lessons. They helped me with that through grants and applications, but in return, I was able to return to Colorado occasionally to give recitals. And I remember one very perfect, I think it was a fall evening at the country club, and Chuck Kozlowski, who years later my daughter encountered at the University of Oklahoma City, was my pianist. And we gave a huge recital program from art song to opera, and my father and his wife were there, and many of the longtime Denver Lyric Opera Guild people who I had known for years, and it was so fun to come back to Colorado and sing for them. But that recital stands out in my mind because I saw the faces that had begun my journey with me, and they were still there supporting the next generation of young artists that were hoping for their career in the business. And I could meet some of them as well and say, yes, this is going to happen, and these people are going to help you do this. Another great memory I have is having been asked years later to come and judge the competition. For me, that was a little stamp of, we believe in you even more. And that spring, I guess it was, I came and I heard young artists from all over Colorado that were studying there, or international artists that had come to study with teachers in Colorado. And it's the entire state of Colorado that is welcomed into the Denver Lyric Opera Guild competition. And like I said, the prize money had even gotten better. So one of the highest paying competitions for singers that I know of in the country. And they're always there. They're front row center at the operas. They're at Central City. They're at Fort Collins. They're at Denver. Everybody's there, and you get to know them. They are family. They're absolutely family, and you stay in touch, and they stay in touch with you, and they support you. And I believe I even saw some Denver Lyric people in Europe at some of my European performances at Covent Garden, Paris, and Geneva were some of the ones I remember seeing Denver Lyric Opera Guild. Thank you for what you do for the artists of tomorrow, and the artists of today, and the artists of yesterday.
Hello, this is Quinn Patrick Ankrum, coming to you from my voice studio at the College Conservatory of Music, the University of Cincinnati. I'm making this brief video at the request of members of the Denver Lyric Opera Guild, who were so generous in their support of my career when I was a young singer. I've since been back to judge the competition and have heard so many fantastic young singers whom they still support to this day. My career would not have been possible in the way it existed without the support of the Denver Lyric Opera Guild and other organizations like it, who give their time and efforts and money so generously to help young artists who are on their way to do great things. You have all of my gratitude, Denver Lyric Opera Guild. Thank you.
Oh, hello. So good of you to stop by. I hope you're enjoying this afternoon's Denver Lyric Opera Guild competition. I'm mezzo-soprano Claire McCann, and I was the 2020 DLOG winner. I was approached recently by one of your dedicated members to investigate what some seem to think is a mystery. Why do we support opera? The answer to that question could be as varied and nuanced as the genre itself, which has spanned nearly 400 years. Every day there are evolutions being made in this art form. It is a living, breathing thing with creators pushing each day to make it a more inclusive space with new voices, new stories, and a rich potential. Whether you are a lifelong opera fan and you love the romantic classics and elaborate productions, or say you appreciate a chamber opera with contemporary stories, or even if you are brand new to opera and today is the first time you have ever heard vibrato, there is something for everyone. DLOG members support the voices of today and tomorrow, and they support the range of talent in Colorado's Front Range and beyond. I, for one, could never have predicted the twists and turns that this pathway would take me on. But I can assure you that it has been and will continue to be full of challenges. Some of these challenges are helpful, such as pursuing new repertoire, traveling and auditioning in different cities, finding exciting and new collaborations, digging more deeply into poetry and language, and overall, getting to know my voice and connecting with it as I grow and change. Other challenges are simply a matter of time and resources. Travel is expensive, as are voice lessons and coachings. Add to that scores, application fees, membership fees, summer festivals, in addition to the cost of living today. I myself work an additional job while pursuing this career, as do many of my colleagues. So the financial aspect of the Guild's work provides a vital material support. Beyond the competition, the Guild represents another crucial element to the future of opera: its audience. I participated in the competition many times prior to my win in 2020, and each year I got to know the members a bit better. And it's their continued support, their enthusiasm, their encouragement, and their friendship that provides the support of community. And it is with community that we move forward. Opera, music, they bring us together to celebrate the trials and triumphs of being human. I love this art form. I love how it tells stories, how it cultivates moments, how it infuses words with melody so we may know them deeply. It makes me laugh, it makes me cry, but it allows me to feel and share with others. So, I want to thank the Denver Lyric Opera Guild for their continued support, and may we carry on. Bravo tutti!
from the very beginning, I was aware of the Denver Lyric Opera Guild because I started doing the Metropolitan Opera competitions when I was an undergrad at the University of Colorado. And so for me, the competition was a chance to show what I knew and to compete. And also, the prize money was amazing. From there, having won the Met, they helped me with scholarship funding. I requested some scholarship occasionally to go do auditions in New York, and as a young artist, you know, we have lots of expenses to do audition after audition, and there's airfare, and there's pianists, and there's coachings, not to mention voice lessons. They helped me with that through grants and applications, but in return, I was able to return to Colorado occasionally to give recitals. And I remember one very perfect, I think it was a fall evening at the country club, and Chuck Kozlowski, who years later my daughter encountered at the University of Oklahoma City, was my pianist. And we gave a huge recital program from art song to opera, and my father and his wife were there, and many of the longtime Denver Lyric Opera Guild people who I had known for years, and it was so fun to come back to Colorado and sing for them. But that recital stands out in my mind because I saw the faces that had begun my journey with me, and they were still there supporting the next generation of young artists that were hoping for their career in the business. And I could meet some of them as well and say, yes, this is going to happen, and these people are going to help you do this. Another great memory I have is having been asked years later to come and judge the competition. For me, that was a little stamp of, we believe in you even more. And that spring, I guess it was, I came and I heard young artists from all over Colorado that were studying there, or international artists that had come to study with teachers in Colorado. And it's the entire state of Colorado that is welcomed into the Denver Lyric Opera Guild competition. And like I said, the prize money had even gotten better. So one of the highest paying competitions for singers that I know of in the country. And they're always there. They're front row center at the operas. They're at Central City. They're at Fort Collins. They're at Denver. Everybody's there, and you get to know them. They are family. They're absolutely family, and you stay in touch, and they stay in touch with you, and they support you. And I believe I even saw some Denver Lyric people in Europe at some of my European performances at Covent Garden, Paris, and Geneva were some of the ones I remember seeing Denver Lyric Opera Guild. Thank you for what you do for the artists of tomorrow, and the artists of today, and the artists of yesterday.
Hello, this is Quinn Patrick Ankrum, coming to you from my voice studio at the College Conservatory of Music, the University of Cincinnati. I'm making this brief video at the request of members of the Denver Lyric Opera Guild, who were so generous in their support of my career when I was a young singer. I've since been back to judge the competition and have heard so many fantastic young singers whom they still support to this day. My career would not have been possible in the way it existed without the support of the Denver Lyric Opera Guild and other organizations like it, who give their time and efforts and money so generously to help young artists who are on their way to do great things. You have all of my gratitude, Denver Lyric Opera Guild. Thank you.
Oh, hello. So good of you to stop by. I hope you're enjoying this afternoon's Denver Lyric Opera Guild competition. I'm mezzo-soprano Claire McCann, and I was the 2020 DLOG winner. I was approached recently by one of your dedicated members to investigate what some seem to think is a mystery. Why do we support opera? The answer to that question could be as varied and nuanced as the genre itself, which has spanned nearly 400 years. Every day there are evolutions being made in this art form. It is a living, breathing thing with creators pushing each day to make it a more inclusive space with new voices, new stories, and a rich potential. Whether you are a lifelong opera fan and you love the romantic classics and elaborate productions, or say you appreciate a chamber opera with contemporary stories, or even if you are brand new to opera and today is the first time you have ever heard vibrato, there is something for everyone. DLOG members support the voices of today and tomorrow, and they support the range of talent in Colorado's Front Range and beyond. I, for one, could never have predicted the twists and turns that this pathway would take me on. But I can assure you that it has been and will continue to be full of challenges. Some of these challenges are helpful, such as pursuing new repertoire, traveling and auditioning in different cities, finding exciting and new collaborations, digging more deeply into poetry and language, and overall, getting to know my voice and connecting with it as I grow and change. Other challenges are simply a matter of time and resources. Travel is expensive, as are voice lessons and coachings. Add to that scores, application fees, membership fees, summer festivals, in addition to the cost of living today. I myself work an additional job while pursuing this career, as do many of my colleagues. So the financial aspect of the Guild's work provides a vital material support. Beyond the competition, the Guild represents another crucial element to the future of opera: its audience. I participated in the competition many times prior to my win in 2020, and each year I got to know the members a bit better. And it's their continued support, their enthusiasm, their encouragement, and their friendship that provides the support of community. And it is with community that we move forward. Opera, music, they bring us together to celebrate the trials and triumphs of being human. I love this art form. I love how it tells stories, how it cultivates moments, how it infuses words with melody so we may know them deeply. It makes me laugh, it makes me cry, but it allows me to feel and share with others. So, I want to thank the Denver Lyric Opera Guild for their continued support, and may we carry on. Bravo tutti!
from the very beginning, I was aware of the Denver Lyric Opera Guild because I started doing the Metropolitan Opera competitions when I was an undergrad at the University of Colorado. And so for me, the competition was a chance to show what I knew and to compete. And also, the prize money was amazing. From there, having won the Met, they helped me with scholarship funding. I requested some scholarship occasionally to go do auditions in New York, and as a young artist, you know, we have lots of expenses to do audition after audition, and there's airfare, and there's pianists, and there's coachings, not to mention voice lessons. They helped me with that through grants and applications, but in return, I was able to return to Colorado occasionally to give recitals. And I remember one very perfect, I think it was a fall evening at the country club, and Chuck Kozlowski, who years later my daughter encountered at the University of Oklahoma City, was my pianist. And we gave a huge recital program from art song to opera, and my father and his wife were there, and many of the longtime Denver Lyric Opera Guild people who I had known for years, and it was so fun to come back to Colorado and sing for them. But that recital stands out in my mind because I saw the faces that had begun my journey with me, and they were still there supporting the next generation of young artists that were hoping for their career in the business. And I could meet some of them as well and say, yes, this is going to happen, and these people are going to help you do this. Another great memory I have is having been asked years later to come and judge the competition. For me, that was a little stamp of, we believe in you even more. And that summer, no, spring, I guess it was, I came and I heard young artists from all over Colorado that were studying there, or international artists that had come to study with teachers in Colorado. And it's the entire state of Colorado that is welcomed into the Denver Lyric Opera Guild competition. And like I said, the prize money had even gotten better. So one of the highest paying competitions for singers that I know of in the country. And they're always there. They're front row center at the operas. They're at Central City. They're at Fort Collins. They're at Denver. Everybody's there, and you get to know them. They are family. They're absolutely family, and you stay in touch, and they stay in touch with you, and they support you. And I believe I even saw some Denver Lyric people in Europe at some of my European performances at Covent Garden, Paris, and Geneva were some of the ones I remember seeing Denver Lyric Opera Guild. Thank you for what you do for the artists of tomorrow, and the artists of today, and the artists of yesterday.
Hello, this is Quinn Patrick Ankrum, coming to you from my voice studio at the College Conservatory of Music, the University of Cincinnati. I'm making this brief video at the request of members of the Denver Lyric Opera Guild, who were so generous in their support of my career when I was a young singer. I've since been back to judge the competition and have heard so many fantastic young singers whom they still support to this day. My career would not have been possible in the way it existed without the support of the Denver Lyric Opera Guild and other organizations like it, who give their time and efforts and money so generously to help young artists who are on their way to do great things. You have all of my gratitude, Denver Lyric Opera Guild. Thank you.
Microphones are on.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Denver Lyric Opera Guild Louise C. Conter Masterclass. Today, our class is being facilitated by John Lindsay, and our collaborative pianist is Junyan Lee, and we would love to have them come up and introduce themselves to you one more time. Thank you.
Hi, thank you all for coming back this afternoon, and for those of you singers who are participating, thank you for taking the time to be here and explore some stuff together. So I'm not going to talk too long. I'm John Lindsay. I'm an assistant professor of voice up at Colorado State University, and Dr. Ju-Hyun Lee, my collaborative pianist, is also from that university. We work together all the time, so I'm glad that we get a chance to work with all of you today. So I'm going to stop talking, and we'll kind of get started with music here once everybody's set. Thank you for being here.
Hello, my name is Shannon Christie, and today I will be beginning with Ain't It a Pretty Night from Susanna by Carlisle Floyd. The sky so dark and velvet-like, and it's all lit up with stars. It's like a great Just think those stars could all peep down and see way beyond where we can. They can see way beyond the mountains to Nashville and Asheville and Knoxville. I wonder what it's like out there beyond the mountains, where the folks talk nice and the folks dress nice, like you see in the mail order catalogs. I aim to leave this valley someday and find out for myself, to see all the tall buildings and all the street lights, and to be one of them folks myself. I wonder if I'd get lonesome for the valley, though, for the sound of crickets and the smell of pine straw, for soft little rabbits and blooming things, and the mountains turning gold in the fall. But I could always come back if I got homesick for the valley. So I'll leave it someday and see for myself. Someday I'll leave and then I'll come back when I've seen what's beyond the mountains. Ain't it a pretty night? The sky so heavy with stars tonight that it might fall right out of heaven and cover us up, and cover us up in one big blanket of velvet and diamonds.
Really wonderful, Shannon. Yeah. How'd you feel about it? Tell us a little.
I felt a little unconnected to like my breath. Like I didn't feel quite grounded. But I felt pretty good. I felt like there were some places I should have like pushed forward a little bit that I wasn't quite doing that. So kind of just getting a feel for it in the space.
Yeah. You said this is the first time it's kind of been up on its feet in a little bit, right?
Yeah.
So that's fine. That's,
Getting it back.
yeah, if that's the first time on its feet, I'd say it's going quite well, yeah?
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What do you want to work on this today, do you think?
I guess one question is that I've kind of been playing with is like the accent of, in the show, I feel like you do a little more, but maybe in like a competition or masterclass setting, like whether it's appropriate to do as much. And so I think I'm kind of like still playing around with that.
Yeah.
And then also just like those places where we could probably be more like working together to move that forward, like at towards the climax probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense. So the accent question is a really good one.
I feel like everyone has really strong opinions about it.
People in opera with strong opinions?
Never.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the most important thing, I was talking about this with some of the singers earlier today, the most important thing when it comes to artistic choices like that is whether it feels authentic to you, regardless of what anybody else thinks about your choice.
Okay.
Right? Because if it feels real to you, that will read to us in the audience. And that's not going to stop people from having opinions, but it's going to mean that for you and your performance, you feel more grounded.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, excuse me, as far as like accent versus not so much, do you have like sort of a gut feeling about that?
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to do is in more of the speaky parts to have a little bit more, especially when she's like, they talk nice and the folks dress nice, because like, it's the antithesis of what she is, you know? But then in like the beautiful moments, trying to like let go of a little of it, but I don't want it to sound inconsistent, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, to my ear, this past time through, were you doing that? Were
Yeah,
you kind of?
I was trying to. Yeah.
So the good news is it didn't sound inconsistent to me.
Good.
Right?
Awesome.
It sounded like you were making the adjustments that you needed to make to those vowels as you went up into these climactic phrases in a very smart way.
Yes. That was the goal.
Yeah. I think in general, as we sort of, to talk a little bit of singing stuff, as we ascend up into the upper tessitura, our vowels generally have to change. And depending on your voice type, diphthongs are not helpful, right? Like if you're a tenor and you give a good tenor a hi, then that's, you know, that's kind of a diphthong. But for many people, keeping the vowels a bit simpler, taller, rounder, especially people assigned female at birth as we go up through that break area, right? Kind of letting that height and roundness inform it. Yeah. So you wouldn't want this more lateral kind of accent feel there. To be honest with you, I don't think you need to change a thing as far as the accent. If you want to experiment with going just a click heavier on the accent in the speaky parts, and if you wanted to give me a kaint instead of a can't, it kind of depends, like dialectically, where you want to go.
To play around with it, yeah.
But just kind of mess around with it, because it's nowhere even close to being unclear as to what the text is as of now. Okay. Yeah?
Good. Yeah.
Really good.
Awesome.
Let's just find a couple of these places where you want to maybe, because I could feel it, right? In my body, sympathetically, I could feel, that you wanted to move a little more. Mm-hmm. So let's just feel free to come on over and have a look at the music, and we'll kind of find one of these places and turn the corner into it.
Yeah. So I think the main one is this stuff. But getting into it is kind of what's hard, because it's like, I slow down a little bit here, and then into the climactic part.
Yeah. So what we're talking about is there's this section kind of towards the middle of the aria where it has two very opposing moments. We pull the tempo way back, and then automatically we have a più mosso in the music right after that final beat of the measure. So let's just kind of play with that corner a little, huh? Do you want to do this one at the end, or do you want to do the one in the middle that we landed on?
We could start with the one in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe start with the folks talk nice.
Yeah. Great.
Where the folks talk nice and the folks dress nice, like you see in the mail order catalogs. I aim to leave this valley someday and find out for myself, to see all the tall buildings and all the street lights, and to be one of them folks myself.
Okay, good. How'd that feel?
I felt like getting into it felt better, but then I don't know if I like slowed down or didn't keep like that going.
Yeah. That makes sense. So I thought that the way that you turned the corner into the tempo change was beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, that was much better.
Yeah, you breathed in the tempo you wanted it to be, and then you went. Once we got to and all the street lights, that kind of went, and all the street lights.
Okay.
Yeah?
Don't
So-
hang out on that.
Yeah, I think because you get this nice climactic note, if you can keep moving through there, it'll feel more secure vocally, and it'll feel more congruous musically.
Okay,
Yeah?
that makes sense.
Can
yeah.
we try that
Yeah.
corner just once more?
Yeah, same spot.
Same spot would be lovely.
Where the folks talk nice and the folks dress nice, like you see in the mail order catalogs. I aim to leave this valley someday and find out for myself, to see all the tall buildings and all the street lights, and to be one of them folks myself. That felt way better.
Yeah? Yeah, good.
Yeah.
I like
Just go
it.
to the end of the phrase.
I like it, yeah. Yeah. Dr. Lee, was that comfortable for you, that kind of push in tempo? I think so. So I think the one place, like if you need it, be one of them folks, you could take just a little lift there to have
settle.
a second, right?
Yeah, I feel like it's a little disconnected to the high note, and I just want to
Yes.
So if you want to work on that too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I would say the place where you can sort of bring things back to signal that is on this triplet.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So, and all the street lights, and to be one of them folks myself.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no,
Can
that
we,
does. Yeah.
Can we try that
Yeah.
and just see if that makes it a little clearer?
Do you just want to go from streetlights?
Um,
Or back?
Let's go from I aim to leave this valley one day. Yeah?
I aim to leave this valley someday and find out for myself, to see all the tall buildings and all the street lights, and to be one of them folks myself.
Yeah, then you can do that.
Yeah,
What did you think?
Yeah, I feel like I could have even done more.
Sure.
Like I was kind of second guessing it, but I could have done more.
I
Yeah.
think that impulse, this section of the song is, at least it feels to me like she's being pulled back and forth
Yeah.
between her world and the world that she kind of wants to be, but kind of not.
I think it's like where you're seeing the hope she has for her life.
Yeah.
That then gets killed later.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it has to be really hopeful.
Yes, definitely. And this feeling of kind of like anticipation and being unsure, we can read through these shifts in tempo and some of these different choices.
Yeah.
Do you want to move on to these last couple of pages?
Sure.
I'm going to just check our time. Couple minutes.
I wonder if I'd get lonesome for the valley though, for the sound of crickets and the smell of pine straw, for soft little rabbits and blooming things, and the multitude going the floor. But I could always come back if I got homesick for the valley. So I'll leave it someday and see for myself. Someday I'll leave and then I'll come back when I've seen what's beyond the mountains. That felt better.
Yeah, much
I just
better.
felt like we were
embarrassing that time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it sort of like took a minute across the page turn to find it.
Yeah.
But once you found it, you really felt one another, yeah? So I think one of the things that you do really beautifully, Shannon, that I want to encourage you to continue leaning into is I feel you communicating with your collaborator through your body language and your breath, right? It's really, really, really lovely.
Oh, thank you.
And that's something that as singers, it's easy to kind of get dialed into like, all right, what is my technique doing? Where do I want this phrase to go? But we have somebody on stage that we're partnered with to make all of that happen, right? So I really love the communication that the two of you have shared as you've gone through this. I hope you feel very, very good about where this piece is at. It's in lovely shape, yeah?
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Zane Pergram, and I will be singing Lenski's aria from Eugene Onegin by Tchaikovsky. Что день грядущий мне готовит, его мой взор напрасно ловит. В глубокой тьме таится он, нет нужды прав собой закон. Пролетит она, все благо, где дни и сна приходит чаш определенный, благословенный день забот, благословен и приход. Веснется утро ложной нити, Скажи, придешь ли, дева красоты, слезу пролить на раной урной и думать, он меня любил. Он мне единой посвятил, разве это чали жизни бурной. Ах, Ольга, я тебя любил, тебя единой посвятил, разве это чали жизни бурной. Ах, Ольга, я тебя любил. Сердечный друг, зеленый друг, приди, приди. Зеленый друг, приди, я твой супруг, приди, я твой супруг, приди, приди. Я жду тебя, зеленый друг, приди, приди, я твой супруг. Куда вы удалились,
Beautiful work, Zane.
Thank you.
Yeah, how'd it feel?
It felt okay. Acid reflux. is
Yeah.
Really, yeah. You probably heard some of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me start by saying you have every bit of my empathy and sympathy on that, friend. I had it so bad that I went out having to have a surgery for it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I know how it goes. I know what it does here.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
like no closure wants to happen on its own. Yeah.
Yeah. You're singing so well when you're dealing with that. Yeah?
Thank you.
You're making really smart choices. And the dramatic commitment to what just happened up here was really wonderful. Yeah. What do you want to work on?
I think similar to Shannon, there's some spots where I could probably move ahead.
Sure.
I think I kind of always like struggle with like where to give and where to get. And if you know anything about Russian diction, I'll take everything you got.
So this was like a wheelhouse piece for me for a long time, but I learned it so young that my diction is probably atrocious. So I'll help you as I can, but it's probably not going to be much. But as far as the sort of give and take in terms of the tempo, I think we can feel some of those things out, because I imagine there are places that you feel this impulse to like, both for the sake of the voice and for the sake of the dramatic arc of the piece, you want it to go a little, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So let's find one of those spots and just see what it feels like. Where do you feel like that first kind of happens for you? Can you tell?
Let's see. Probably sometime the paduli astrolo il mima praletit ana. And then we get really into it. Right at that page turn, yeah.
Okay.
That's the first real big, like, move, and then the train slows down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds great. So let's go from paduli astrolo. So one of the things that will help kind of signal that you want things to start moving is if we allow the consonants to sound just ahead of the beat. Yeah? So on all of these consonants, whether it's a plosive or a fricative or any of them where we get a good amount of air moving through it, just really let that air sort of start a little bit early. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then I think if you do that combined with pushing the tempo just a little, Dr. Lee will be able to go with you and you'll be able to find the place that you want to get to. Yeah?
Yeah.
Let's just try from Padu. How'd it feel?
Yeah, much more in, like, we're riding the same tracks, yeah.
Definitely,
Yeah.
yeah? I felt the both of you like riding the same wave kind of up and down. It was beautiful. Perfect. So I think that idea, and I heard the consonants very clearly coming ahead of the beat so that the vowel was sounding on the beat. Yeah, it made it very, very clear where you wanted to go. That's it. Ta-da!
Yeah.
Where's another place?
I think that the hardest part to coordinate in this piece is it's at towards the end. And it's
yeah.
And that's really hard to coordinate. Yeah.
Yeah, because all of a sudden we have our first A flat of the piece that we're trying to figure out, like, oh, that's a new gear. Oh, now we're back down, and then continue on, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Let's find a corner to get into that.
Olga?
Yeah, we could do that. This Olga,
Yeah.
ja тебя любил.
The one just before Olga,
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, is that good?
Yeah, just right here, the pickup into that measure.
Just same thing. Think of the.
I would say so here's another caveat about master classes. I've given many caveats about master classes. It could be that we just do it again and it's fine. So let's just do it again. Bear the consonant thing in mind, but it might go smoother just having another crack at it.
Yeah.
Good. Better already, huh? Very nice. I think on this G sharp, remind me, is there kind of like a little yacht glide? Tibier? Yeah. So if you can even allow the glide to sound slightly ahead of the beat, it's tempting to just do the beat and then let the glide happen on the beat. But if you can really tibier and go right to the vowel on that, I think that'll make it even clearer. But it already fell into place like 99% better than the first time around. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I'm thinking of it more as a vowel and less as a consonant. I'll try that. Yeah.
Yeah. Treat it maybe a little more as a consonant glide. See what that feels like. Same place? Yeah. And then I get all of that glorious sound on the G sharp for the whole duration of the note, yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Really well done. How about, would you be comfortable with it if we get into, I've always found the ending of this piece, all of this kuda, kuda, that kind of pacing that out to be a little tricky.
Yeah.
Is it okay if we give that a shot for a minute?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Okay, we just start just prior to the fermata. Pridi, pridi, at voi. Just right here. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. How's it feeling?
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, I think that this ending section is such a culmination of all of this like angst and basically knowing that you're going to get killed. You know, like there's no way you're gonna beat him in whatever's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the pacing and that sort of emotional intensity that I just heard, a lot of the time we aim for, you know, I mean, that's the biggest vocal climax, but for me, this is the climax of the piece. Do you know?
Interesting, yeah.
This kind of like, that feel.
Yeah.
So one of the other things you could play with, I mean, talk to your teacher and your coach about it, but I wonder about playing with some different colors with this kuda, kuda, and kind of grow it a little bit.
Yeah. Start more on the other end of the shading. Yeah.
Yeah, and you kind of, so you get to this zlati edni moy. And then all of a sudden, like you have like it's almost like you have a moment of hope. Like maybe I can, and then you're like, nah, I'm for sure gonna die.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Can we try it? Just kind of
absolutely
play with the colors on your palette for a minute?
Yeah. I try to do that with the outro because I know it makes it like so much more heartbreaking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's just see.
Right at
Could we go from the same place? Pridi, pridi, at voi. What do you think? How's it feel?
Yeah, there's always something about going into that like deep, like Kopfstimme, like softer sound that just really puts, when you go back to full chest voice, just really puts that back in line.
Yeah. I feel like it does something kind of nice for the vocal pacing of the end, because it's easy to just sort of, I've done it both ways, where it's all like very, very sung, and I've done it the other way where it's all very pulled back. And I find that if we make this kind of like a miniature arc at the end, it just gives the piece a little bit more fuel, because it's a long sing, right? It's like 7 minutes long, basically.
Yeah.
So it just gives it that little bit of extra, like, why am I still singing? Like, what do I still have to say? Yeah?
Yeah.
And then it's really affecting when you get to that moya. It's gorgeous. Buddy.
Yeah.
Really nice, really, really nice. Let me check on our time. Okay, we're a minute over, we have to stop, but you were wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, beautiful work. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Catherine Jakes, and I'm going to be singing Come Scoglio from Così fan tutte.
Per
Great, Catherine. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. How'd it feel?
I think there are things that have been successful before that were not this time.
Okay.
But I think my chest voice really came through for me this morning.
Your
or this
chest voice
afternoon.
was awesome this afternoon. Yeah.
So that was good. Yeah, I don't know. This is like an aria I've had for a really, really, really long time at this point.
Okay.
And so I think that there are like, I'll never not stop working on it. That's the kind of aria it is for me. But I would give that a B.
Okay. All right, good. How long have you had the piece?
So when I start, like probably 10 years about.
Yeah.
I started as a soprano and then I moved to mezzo, and then when I did my master's program, I came back to soprano. So when I came back to being a soprano, I brought this back out.
Yeah.
So since then, probably about 2 years.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'm familiar with the Fach shuffle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. I mean, anytime I hear somebody sing an aria like this, I'm like, well, I can't do that. Like, I'm not sure what to tell you. But I think that the way that you're negotiating it deserves a lot of credit.
Thank you.
Especially for it being a piece that you've had for that long. Mm-hmm. Sometimes when we have pieces from a very early part of our study, as we come back to rework them, it's like, this is a totally different thing in here than when I started this piece, right? So that's why you work with your teacher to find repertoire where it's like, okay, let's approach it at the right time. Yeah. That doesn't mean to be precious and not do stuff, right? But just to be aware. So I think that for having had this for essentially a decade, it's going incredibly well, especially after like a voice change, right? So what do you want to work on with this, do you think?
I don't know. I mean, I'm interested to know if there's anything that you heard that you were like, oh, I wonder if like you want to fix something, I guess. But I think for myself, I've gotten feedback, and I've heard in my own recordings like issues with the language that I think are those kind of baked in from when I was, very young issues. So I think that's something too.
Okay. Cool. Nothing, like diction-wise, nothing stuck out to my ear. But as we work through, if anything seems to pop out, I'll let you know.
The main thing that I've heard is like almost diphthongs in Italian, which obviously I don't want.
Yeah.
So that's the thing that I would be looking for.
Sure. That makes sense. Yes. That depends on how picky one's ears are. So I'll see if I can make my ears pickier, but I didn't notice any this last time through. So I think just the things that I heard are that, as you said, your chest voice really came through for you today. I would be interested to know what it feels like to lean into the possibility of that chest voice, maybe even a little earlier than you are. Not necessarily like, you know, da-da-da-da, like we don't have to do that, but just kind of find places where, well, what if I mix this just a tiny bit more? Yeah? Particularly in the opening section of the aria. As you're doing these runs, you got to get into a gear and just kind of stay where it feels good. I think the other thing that I noticed is Mozart accompagnato recits are just devilishly like complex, right? We kind of look at them and we go, oh, those are chords. And it's like, oh, the coordination is so crazy, right? So would it be okay if we start with this opening recit and just play a little? Okay, thank you. We take a break there. That already feels more settled, yeah? It's that masterclass thing. I wonder, though, what it would feel like to take a little bit more time with some of these declamatory, essentially you're like mirroring the orchestral interjection, right? Yedam nostro cor, bum, nostri affetti. Like just take a little bit more time on those. You want to see how that feels? E non profani, can we go from there? How's that feel? I kind of like it too. It adds just a bit more clarity, and I think it's easy with the way that Fiordiligi is feeling in this scene to lean into the anger and to get frenzied, yeah? Where she has this very, I mean, I don't want to do too many politics today, but like when President Obama would get angry, it's this very calm, like, listen, this is the way it is. That's kind of where she's coming from, it seems like, right? So a little more measured. I like that very much. Can we do that one more time and then go on? Good. No, you're doing great. You're doing great. I think this is a little different direction than you've gone with the recit, but I just want to see what it feels like, yeah? So let's do, again, just a little more time. In van per voi, che l'altri in van. Like, let that little appoggiatura serve you, yeah? Could we just go right from that downbeat, in van per voi? Can you feel the difference in this pacing? You like it? I love it. I think it's wonderful. Tiny stylistic thing. In tanta fede. kind of lean on those first eighth note and come off on the second.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a very Mozartian device. So if you can just on these little downbeat eighth notes lean a tiny bit more.
Okay.
Can we start right from in ta ta fede? That's so great.
Okay.
Yeah? It just it starts you out with this like righteous indignation that is also very controlled, which should feel terrifying for the people who have made you angry.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
And then you get into this bit.
Okay. I like that a lot. Thank
Wonderful, yeah. Any spots in the aria proper that feel a little sticky or not quite?
Yeah, I mean, all of the like, I think higher stuff today. Like, I'd love to have a second chance.
Yeah.
At.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all over the place all the time. So
Yeah, it's
I don't
kind of
know.
everywhere, huh?
Or any of the spots where you felt like I could move into a mixed space earlier.
Yeah, let me find one of those real quick. Okay, what if we start from here? Do you want to just come take a look?
Sure.
Page 59, the Come Scolio, third system down with the fermata.
Yes.
If we just start there, and we'll just we'll go and maybe stop along the way a little. Great. Feeling good so far? Okay, so we've got a couple minutes left. I'm curious to see what would happen if we can combine on these triplets as you descend through that transition area. Keep the height, keep the roundness, it's beautiful, it's beautiful color.
Okay.
Can we see if we can add a little bit of forward lean to it?
Sure.
Or like snarl or something?
Yeah,
Just
okay.
to see what that does?
Yeah.
Is it possible to start in a barbara spera?
Yeah.
Ha, 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 ha.
Yeah.
So if we just start the pickup into this bar. care. I don't care if you have to breathe there. If you sing that note that way, I don't care. Breathe. Wonderful.
Okay, solid.
Really
Thank
wonderful.
you so much.
Yeah, how was that little bit of bite in the bottom? I saw you kind of being like, I think I got it.
I was just trying to like find it a little bit, and I feel like when I was able to find a little bit of like hard palate snarl, that really helped like just kind of keep the momentum going through it, if that makes sense.
I think so too.
Okay.
And I think because we have a tendency every once in a while as we go down into that register to kind of steadily come back this way.
Yeah.
And then we get to the end when we need to go whoosh, and it feels a little more laborious. I felt like that balanced really beautifully.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for today.
Good afternoon, folks. I am Rexman. I'm going to sing Dawn Still Darkness, the refugee area from Jonathan Duff's Flight.
So then suddenly the chord, it's so cold, I am dreaming. The sky is ice, so cold that I am burning. I pray and wait for new beginning. But look at me now, I'm here. Just me. I'm waiting for him. So far, he has not come.
Wonderful job, Rex.
She was sight reading it.
I know, wonderful job, Dr. Lee. It's a super hard piece, right?
Very difficult to read.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I was really excited to see that you were singing this today. Flight was the last opera I did before the pandemic. Like, I was away in Canada singing the Canadian premiere, and then I got home, and then we were stuck in our houses. So it was pretty bananas. And this piece is devastating, right? It's devastating. So the plot of Flight is it's a bunch of people, they get stuck in an airport because of a storm, and Rex's character is the refugee, and the refugee has been stuck in this airport for who knows how long because he snuck on board a plane and they won't let him through customs. So he's just living in the airport. And this is the very last thing that he sings at the essentially almost the end of the show, and you find out that he didn't sneak on the plane by himself, he snuck on with his brother. And it turns out that his brother fell out of the wheel well. So he's been waiting for his brother to show up. His brother's never gonna come, right? But he's been stuck in this airport for like months at this point. And all of these like people who are upset that they can't go on their vacations and they have their little like first world problems, and he's sitting here like fleeing a country and his brother has died. It puts things into this very stark contrast at the very end of the show. So you portrayed that really beautifully, this like fear that comes from the experience, right? It was very moving. Thank you.
Thank you.
What do you want to work on today, do you think?
I think for all countertenors, actually including treble voices, it is the challenge for us. It is how do we bring the edgy bite quality in the lower range. So that's something really bothers me. I noticed that when I was singing, so that's something I want to work on. How to bring that edgy quality to it without pressing so much.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense.
And as I am learning the role Oberon at Lamont School of Music,
yeah,
that's the challenge because it's so low.
Yes.
And it requires me to sing robustly without pressing. That's the challenge. Although there is no high notes in it.
Yeah, sure. But it's a different kind of challenge, right? Because you're trying to ride that breaky area and get enough cut in the sound.
Yeah.
It's very difficult. Okay, let's find a couple of these passages and just kind of play around with some ideas, okay? So tell me one of the places.
I think beginning would be good.
Yeah, let's go at the beginning.
Still darkness, without dark shapes, like shadows. Like shadows is easy, so simple. That's what we've been told.
How's it feel so far?
Already better.
Already better, yeah? Yeah, good. So what's changed for you to where it's already better?
Actually, I was thinking exactly the same thing when I sing for the first time, but I just didn't know why it didn't work for the first time. I was thinking for all the R, or, U, all the dark vowel. I'm singing them, but actually I'm thinking air tongue position.
That's exactly what I was hearing.
But sometimes it's not working. I just don't know why.
Yeah. So sometimes, these more closed vowels are more advantageous for keeping that cut in the sound, right? The other thing you could play with a little bit, Rex, possibly, is letting it feel almost a little bit nasal to you.
Okay.
Yeah? Kind of let a little bit of this kind of like nosy nasal feeling into it. Doesn't have to be extreme, but I would be curious to see what just a touch of that feeling would add.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Sometimes I feel that.
Yes.
But this is not exactly nasal, because I can check with
exactly
pinching my nose.
So it's not actual nasality, but when we aim it in this direction, it can feel like nasality because it makes this vibrate so much.
Yeah.
Right? So can we just play a little bit with adding that on top of the tongue position that you did?
Yeah.
Let's just go at the beginning again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still darkness.
Does that work?
It's doing great.
Okay.
Keep going.
Oh, shoot, I forgot what's next.
No, that's okay.
We introduction.
But could you hear in the room? Could you hear in the room what a difference it made on the dawn?
It feels more secure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how it sounds outside.
Yeah. To my ear, it was like twice as resonant out in the hall. It adds this little bit of extra ping on top of it. So I think whatever you found there, that sensation, just continue to trust it through these lower passages as well.
Probably it is like a mental thing. I don't trust it.
Yes, I know.
Sometimes I care about support-you. Sometimes I think about apport-you, and then I have that bite. And sometimes I don't think about breath support, and I still have that bite. So I'm not sure what to do physically to keep that edge quality to my countertenor voice.
Yes. So I think ultimately it will be a balance of the two things.
Okay.
You will need this lower expanded breath, right? And sometimes having that lower expanded breath will prompt our articulators to adjust, just kind of without us thinking about it. But on days where it feels a little bit harder to find that resonance adjustment or that like tapping into the breath quite as much, you can just think the higher tongue position that you thought, and then also allow a little bit of what feels like nasality, like what you just did. Because it's not real nasality. A lot of us are afraid as singers to go in that direction because we're convinced we're going to go, that's not what's going to happen if we do it in a balanced way, right?
Yeah.
You have this really beautiful, spacious tone. So we're just adding a touch of this like more forward, bitey feel.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to try one more time?
Can we go to the higher stuff?
Yes, of course.
So simple. It's going to page 3.
Uh-huh.
That's a passage I am never satisfied.
Okay, we can do
Can we
that.
start from there?
Yeah, just at the page turn, the first so simple.
So simple, so simple. It's been done
Better.
Yeah, better.
I
So,
was thinking,
yep.
don't collapse.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think there are these things that you know to do, right? Like that time through, I could tell you were more in the body. But when we get up in a performance situation, sometimes we just run on instinct a little bit.
Yeah.
Right? So that's one of the reasons that we practice these things as many times as we do. I think just from my own personal experience, if I can pinpoint like what is the foundational technical idea that will always put me back in the right lane, even if I'm off, what is that idea and how can I really bear it in mind? And for you, it seems like this lower-bodied support, yeah?
Yeah, that idea, I believe, it is not new to all of us. Since we learn how to sing, this is introduced, but this only makes sense to me until recently.
Yeah.
Until my voice teacher, Kathy Cash, asked me to hold your breath. It didn't make sense to my body, and my body didn't respond to it well previously. But like 3 weeks ago, it started to respond a little bit well. I don't know why.
Great. Yeah, that's wonderful. That sometimes that prompt to just go and like really feel what it feels like to be fully expanded at the top of a breath. That can make it click. Apaggio was a really vague idea for me too. I was like, so should I expand here or here? Like, where should I feel it? Yeah.
Another thing we can discuss is, so after we expand, diaphragm goes down, we expands. What do we do in the abdominal walls? So, I'm still not quite sure, but I'm pretty sure that pushing out is not an option.
Yeah.
Because that's against gravity. What I've been doing is just stay there and it doesn't move.
Yeah.
Or come in.
Sure.
So I'm struggling in between both.
Yeah.
I just don't know at this point which one works the best for me.
Okay. Yeah. So the kind of the frame that we're looking at right now is as we get this breath where the diaphragm fully descends, whether the lower stomach remains neutral, whether it comes out and releases, whether it comes in. I find that that tends to be really individual depending on physiology.
Okay.
One of the things that it's not really a conscious thing we can do, but you could try it. I'd like to do this a high passage one more time before we wrap up, is rather than thinking about your lower stomach, can you think about just kind of fully releasing all the way down to your pelvic floor? So like this descends, and don't worry about what your stomach does, but just kind of like imagine that everything from here down can release and expand, even though we can't consciously control all of that. And just see what it feels like.
And then just stay there?
And just kind of hang there as you sing through these phrases.
Okay.
Yeah?
I can try that.
Yeah, let's just try. Same place? What do you think?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's because we can't consciously control any of that, right? We can't like monitor it or will it to do stuff.
It seems a little bit far back to me.
Yeah.
Do you hear that? I'm not sure.
The resonance didn't change for me, but I understand how it could feel that way. I'd like to just do this one more time and then we'll end. Along with this downward feel throughout the body and the torso, can you allow that to kind of happen around the jaw as well? Just allow the jaw, rather than feeling like we need any activity or engagement here, just kind of allow the jaw to drop with everything else. So the tongue can still stay high, but just let this be, let all of this be as free as you can.
Okay.
Yeah?
What about this time I try to come in and see how it goes?
Sure. Sounds good.
So it's been done
Does it sound better if I do that? I'm not sure.
What do you think? Yeah? So a little bit, it sounds like a little bit of this lower stomach engagement is giving it that sort of extra fuel that it needs. Okay. I just saw a lot of nods out here. And I also think that allowing this to release a little bit, that will keep it from feeling like I think the word you used was like pressing through there.
Yeah, without pressing our vocal folds.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Pressed phonation.
Yes. So that, to my ear, sounded freer and like it had a little more spin. So this combination of this as well as the sort of downward release of the articulators.
One exercise my teacher asked me to do is like a ghost. I'm
Great.
not sure what's happening, but it feels good.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, I think that kind of forces us to like let go of, you can't control each one of those pitches, right?
Yeah.
We can't micromanage that.
Yeah.
So it just releases all of this musculature and lets the air move in a very fast way. Yeah?
Yeah.
I think we have to wrap up, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Beautiful singing.
Thank you.
I think we've got a break and then we'll be back soon.
Oh, hello. So good of you to stop by. I hope you're enjoying this afternoon's Denver Lyric Opera Guild competition. I'm mezzo-soprano Claire McCann, and I was the 2020 DLOG winner. I was approached recently by one of your dedicated members to investigate what some seem to think is a mystery. Why do we support opera? The answer to that question could be as varied and nuanced as the genre itself, which has spanned nearly 400 years. Every day there are evolutions being made in this art form, It is a living, breathing thing with creators pushing each day to make it a more inclusive space with new voices, new stories, and a rich potential. Whether you are a lifelong opera fan and you love the romantic classics and elaborate productions, or say you appreciate a chamber opera with contemporary stories, or even if you are brand new to opera and today is the first time you have ever heard vibrato, there is something for everyone. DLOG members support the voices of today and tomorrow, and they support the range of talent in Colorado's Front Range and beyond. I, for one, could never have predicted the twists and turns that this pathway would take me on. But I can assure you that it has been and will continue to be full of challenges. Some of these challenges are helpful, such as pursuing new repertoire, traveling and auditioning in different cities, finding exciting and new collaborations, digging more deeply into poetry and language, and overall, getting to know my voice and connecting with it as I grow and change. Other challenges are simply a matter of time and resources. Travel is expensive, as are voice lessons and coachings. Add to that scores, application fees, membership fees, summer festivals, in addition to the cost of living today. I myself work an additional job while pursuing this career, as do many of my colleagues. So the financial aspect of the Guild's work provides a vital material support. Beyond the competition, the Guild represents another crucial element to the future of opera: its audience. I participated in the competition many times prior to my win in 2020, and each year I got to know the members a bit better. And it's their continued support, their enthusiasm, their encouragement, and their friendship that provides the support of community. And it is with community that we move forward. Opera, music, they bring us together to celebrate the trials and triumphs of being human. I love this art form. I love how it tells stories, how it cultivates moments, how it infuses words with melody so we may know them deeply. It makes me laugh, it makes me cry, but it allows me to feel and share with others. So, I want to thank the Denver Lyric Opera Guild for their continued support, and may we carry on. Bravo tutti!
From the very beginning, I was aware of the Denver Lyric Opera Guild because I started doing the Metropolitan Opera competitions when I was an undergrad at the University of Colorado. And so for me, the competition was a chance to show what I knew and to compete. And also, the prize money was amazing. From there, having won the Met, they helped me with scholarship funding. I requested some scholarship occasionally to go do auditions in New York, and as a young artist, you know, we have lots of expenses to do audition after audition, and there's airfare, and there's pianists, and there's coachings, not to mention voice lessons. They helped me with that through grants and applications. But in return, I was able to return to Colorado occasionally to give recitals. And I remember one very perfect, I think it was a fall evening at the country club, and Chuck Kozlowski, who years later my daughter encountered at the University of Oklahoma City, was my pianist. And we gave a huge recital program from art song to opera, and my father and his wife were there, and many of the longtime Denver Lyric Opera Guild people who I had known for years, and it was so fun to come back to Colorado and sing for them. But that recital stands out in my mind because I saw the faces that had begun my journey with me, and they were still there supporting the next generation of young artists that were hoping for their career in the business. And I could meet some of them as well and say, yes, this is going to happen, and these people are going to help you do this. Another great memory I have is having been asked years later to come and judge the competition. For me, that was a little stamp of, we believe in you even more. And that spring, I guess it was, I came and I heard young artists from all over Colorado that were studying there, or international artists that had come to study with teachers in Colorado. And it's the entire state of Colorado that is welcomed into the Denver Lyric Opera Guild competition. And like I said, the prize money had even gotten better. So one of the highest paying competitions for singers that I know of in the country. And they're always there. They're front row center at the operas. They're at Central City. They're at Fort Collins. They're at Denver. Everybody's there, and you get to know them. They are family. They're absolutely family, and you stay in touch, and they stay in touch with you, and they support you. And I believe I even saw some Denver Lyric people in Europe at some of my European performances at Covent Garden, Paris, and Geneva were some of the ones I remember seeing Denver Lyric Opera Guild. Thank you for what you do for the artists of tomorrow, and the artists of today, and the artists of yesterday.
Hello, this is Quinn Patrick Ankrum, coming to you from my voice studio at the College Conservatory of Music, the University of Cincinnati. I'm making this brief video at the request of members of the Denver Lyric Opera Guild, who were so generous in their support of my career when I was a young singer. I've since been back to judge the competition and have heard so many fantastic young singers whom they still support to this day. My career would not have been possible in the way it existed without the support of the Denver Lyric Opera Guild and other organizations like it, who give their time and efforts and money so generously to help young artists who are on their way to do great things. You have all of my gratitude, Denver Lyric Opera Guild. Thank you.
I think we're back. Yeah, come on up.
Hi everyone, my name is Seth Tack, and I'll be singing the Ballad of Queen Mab from Romeo et Juliette by Gounod.
La reine des mensonges, présidentose, plus légère que le vent des vents. À travers l'espace, à travers la nuit, elle passe, elle fuit, elle passe. cette vide parve de terre le charron. L'air né subtil dentelle d'été découpé dans l'aile de quelques vertes sauterelles pour se coucher le boucheron. Un os de grigot sert de manche à son fouet, dont la mèche blanche est prise auréole qui s'épanche de fébère ressemblant sa cour. Chaque nuit dans cet équipage, ma visite sur son passage, l'époux qui rêve de veuvage et l'amour qui rêve d'amour. À son approche, la goguette rêve d'un tour et de toilette, le courtisan et la courbette, le poète rime sévère. À l'avare, son gîte sombre, elle ouvre des trésors sans nombre, et la liberté rit dans l'ombre aux prisonniers chargés de fer. Le soldat rêve d'embuscade, de bataille et d'estocade, et le nuit verse les rasades dans ses lauriers sont arrosés. Et toi qu'un soupir effarouche, quand il repose sur ta couche, ô Vierge, elle fleure ta bouche et te fait rêver de baiser. La reine des mensonges, présidence, plus légère que le vent des vents, à travers l'espace, à travers la nuit, elle passe, elle prie, elle passe, elle prie, elle passe, elle prie.
Wonderful, Seth. Very nice. How'd it feel to you?
It felt pretty good. I couldn't really catch my breath towards the middle.
Yeah.
So I lose a lot of air on those consonants, on all the text.
It's so much diction, right? It's so much French diction. I'm teaching French diction right now, so everybody's terrified, including me. You're doing it wonderfully, though, yeah? So tell me something you did well, though. Tell me something you liked about what you did.
Most of the time, I was able to stay on the voice and keep the line and the spin going.
Yeah.
So that was an improvement. That
Yeah.
I all stayed in the resonant place and didn't go thin.
Beautiful, yeah. So kind of staying on the breath, staying on the voice and the line throughout the piece.
Yeah.
I agree. So what should we do? What should we play around with?
Maybe just finding more freedom and lack of tension just throughout, and finding a way to do that at that tempo,
Yeah.
which is the correct tempo.
Sure. Okay. So when you talk about sort of freeing up tension, where do you feel that happening as we go through the piece?
Mostly my shoulders and my abs. I feel like resistance in those places.
Yeah. Okay. So I got you, buddy. All the time in my own singing, right? The two places that I grab are my shoulders go like this, right? And then I let my abs kick in, especially when I start to run out of breath, which I'm like, it's the least helpful thing I could do,
Right.
and yet I continue to do it. Yeah. So let's find, do you just want to kind of start from the top, and we'll sort of play with some things? So as far as allowing this to release, are there things that you and your teacher have found that allow it to stay a little more neutral?
I mean, not really strategies, just thinking about doing that.
Yeah.
Especially on the inhales, inhaling with softness here.
Yeah. Okay.
Is usually most helpful.
Can we try singing this sitting down?
Sure.
Let me get you my chair.
Okay.
let's see what it feels like to just have a little bit of a wider base where our legs aren't having to do. Sorry, I should talk into this. Instead of our legs having to do quite a lot of support, one of the things that can occasionally happen, especially in a really physically active piece like this, is the lower part of the spine will like overarch, and then we kind of have to pull in here to stabilize. Yeah? So let's see if just having this kind of wider base of support seated allows this to be a little more released and neutral. Yeah? Let's just start from the top and see what that feels like.
Maybe just a little bit slower.
La reine des mensonges, président songe, plus légère que le vent des sabots. À travers l'espace, à travers la nuit, elle passe, elle fuit, elle passe, elle fuit, elle passe, elle fuit.
Any different?
There was like, I couldn't tense as much as I felt like,
Good. Yeah. Precisely, right? It kind of like, as soon as we're in a seated position, we sort of, our core, we can't just grab in one spot because it takes the activity of everything in the core, front and back, as well as activity of the spine to keep us upright. So it's a little more balanced feeling maybe? It also, because we can feel the physical downward pressure of our body, right, through a larger portion of like, because I don't think about feeling my feet as often as I could, perhaps. Whereas sitting down, I can really tell I'm sitting, right? So let's do the same thing. Let's start seated. We'll go through like this first little section seated, and then see if you can stand up but maintain that same feeling of like being anchored slightly lower in your physicality. Yeah? So first little section seated, and then stand up and see if we can maintain that feeling of release and balance. Cool.
La reine des mensonges, président songe, plus légère que le vent des sabots. À travers l'espace, à travers la nuit, elle passe, elle fuit, elle passe, elle fuit, elle passe, elle fuit. Social que la tombe rapide traîne dans les lapide, vivait d'une noisette vide, parve de terre le charron. Les harnais subtils dentelles ont été découpés dans l'aile de quelques vertes sauterelles pour se coucher le moucheron. Un os de grillon sert de manche à son fouet, dans la mèche blanche et brise au rayon qui s'époche de Phébé, ressemblant sa cour.
Time out. How's it going?
I felt like I had it and then I lost it a bit towards the end.
That's okay. So one of the things that makes this piece kind of challenging, in addition to how much text there is that it very slowly and insidiously
Gets higher.
Yeah. Right? So I think once you find this sort of lower feeling in the body, as you climb, there will be a natural tendency to want the energy in the body to climb, right? That's just kind of what happens. I want us to kind of do the opposite.
Okay.
Yeah? So let me find us a spot where we can find one of these ascending sort of places.
Maybe the harnais subtil or something?
Yeah, come on over.
Maybe just right here.
Yeah, kind of lead in there. So every time you go up over the top of one of these lines, will you do me a favor and actually give me like, so find this sort of slightly lower center of gravity, and every time you go over one of these lines, will you actually give me like a physical hand motion and a little knee bend as you go up and over the top?
Yep.
Cool.
Un os de grillon sert de manche à son fouet, dans
Yeah, really nice. What does it feel like?
Yeah, it felt more unified with the rest of my voice.
Absolutely, very nice. I think the other thing that was really interesting about that is that the consonants of the line fell into the line. It didn't feel like the consonants were being efforted.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, they just kind of became a part of your airstream. So for the consonants through this, you're doing plenty to enunciate them.
Okay.
Yeah? I think if you just allow them to become part of your airstream, perfect.
Great.
Some of these higher notes, he just wrote in a way that is like not nice.
Yeah.
What you're doing is perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, over time, that will become fuller and more secure. But for now, just let it be what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, the trajectory that you're on is that probably like a year from now, a year to 18 months, you'll be like, oh, that's really easy and connected.
Okay.
Do you know?
Yeah, great.
Yeah. Any other spots in here you want to touch on?
I think it all kind of, maybe at the slower tempo. I think I slowed down a little bit too much that time. Can we go from La Soldare?
Okay. And as we do this portion, what are you working? What are you kind of thinking about?
Continuing to feel lower energy and just to do less physical work with the consonants.
Okay, perfect.
Le soldat rêve d'embuscade, de bataille et d'estocade. Elle lui verse les rasades, dans un laurier sont arrosés. Et toi qu'un soupir effarouche, quand tu reposes sur ta couche, ô Vierge, elle pleure ta bouche et te fait rêver de baiser.
Good, good. What's it feel like?
It feels a lot, like the text actually feels clearer now because I'm not working so hard.
100%, right? It is a different kind of work too, right? I can see you like after the phrase, it's like, there are different parts of my physicality that are having to support what I'm doing now, huh?
Yep.
But I think the nice thing is like, as this sort of lower sense, whatever you're picking up there, as that adapts, it takes us we never get above the neck. Do you know?
Yes.
Because it's so easy in a piece like this. In French repertoire, I find kind of in general, it's easy because we're trying to do all of this very specific, delicate legato phrasing in combination with all of this language. Mm-hmm. It's just easy to start to like feel very active in here.
Yeah.
So allowing that to really sort of like just percolate over time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? And lean on it a little bit. Let me check in on our time real quick. 2:36. Okay, so we've got like 4 minutes. Aside from kind of the circumventing tension that we've worked with a little bit here, how do you feel like is it affecting the shoulders, this sort of downward release?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah?
I'm feeling less like interference here in the middle of the lines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. Other than that, is there anything on this piece that you kind of work with or think about?
Also just all the specificity of making each line clear.
Yeah.
Because I've like every second I'm talking about a different really obscure thing. The gnat, the hazelnut shell, the wick, all of it.
Yeah, it's kind of all over the place, right? So, to be honest, from a first time viewing, It was very clear to me, yeah, even though I'm not super familiar with this text. So I worked with somebody earlier today who is such a wonderful performer. She's also very physically active. So I think the amount of activity and specificity that you have is great. What I would sort of kind of play around with a little bit is, in addition to sort of this lower sense of being grounded, I'm not sure whether you can get a feel for it yet, but there's a sense of almost like stillness in that supports all of this crazy activity that we're doing otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah? So I think if you allow that to kind of be underneath all of this crazy the specificity will actually be clearer because it kind of has a bit of a blank background against which to show up. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Kind of, sort of?
Yeah.
That's a little esoteric, but okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Stillness and the clarity of communication.
Yeah, just
You are the vessel.
Yeah, right. Well, just kind of like finding a place where it feels like, because if our body is grounded, and if we don't have too much running in the background, like yes, every once in a while we have to think like, okay, what vowel do I sing on this F sharp? But then the rest of the time, sort of letting the flow of the music and the flow of the text take us where we need to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that you're finding that if you find that physical freedom and openness, it automatically translates up here to our motivation. Yeah?
Yeah.
It's really wonderful to meet you. Thank you very much for today.
Hello, my name is Sarah Kane, and today I will be singing Dondolieta Usci from La Bohème by Giacomo Puccini.
Yeah, lovely, Sarah. Very nice. How do you feel like it went for you?
I feel like it went well. One breath I was not pleased with, but the rest of it, it felt pretty good.
Good.
Yeah.
I love to hear that.
Yeah.
Would you do me a favor and would you go to the mic and just kind of briefly tell the audience what's happening in this aria?
So leading up to this aria, Mimi has been eavesdropping on a conversation between Marcello and her currently now ex-boyfriend, Rodolfo, because he just kind of broke up with her on what feels like a whim to her, and she doesn't understand what's going on with him, what's eating at him, what's gotten into him. And so she seeks out Marcello for advice, for consultation, and like, what's going on? What can I do? Where is this coming from? And then Rodolfo comes out, or he comes out of the tavern, and Marcello tells her to leave. But instead of leaving, she decides that she's going to hide and see what Marcello may say on her behalf. Kind of to see if he's going to be a good friend to her, right? Even though he's really more of just an acquaintance, to be quite honest. And so she's listening, and she hears that Rodolfo knows that she's sick. And she actually confesses that briefly to Marcello in their conversation of, I've not been feeling well, I've got this cough and I'm cold all the time. And so Rodolfo confesses to Marcello that, oh no, I love her, and I love her deeply, but I know that she's really, really ill, and I can't afford to take her to the doctor. And I can't bear to see her like that, and knowing I can't do anything to help her. And for Mimi, that is kind of like knocks the wind out of her, because she knows she's sick, but I don't think she realizes how sick she is. I think she thinks that it's something she's going to recover from, but really it's tuberculosis, and we don't recover from that at the turn of the century. That's not a thing. So she, like any woman, I think, that truly loves a man and understands his love for her, she then takes it upon herself to say, it's okay, goodbye for real this time. Because she ends up bursting into tears when she hears him say, like, she's dying and I can't do anything about it. And so realizing her own, mortality and all of this in such a emotional moment, she cries out and weeps, and he sees her and he says, oh my gosh, I can't, how much did you hear of what I said? And so after, they have a moment together where they, hug and, say, I'm sorry, she breaks away from him and has this resolve that it's okay for us to be separated, I get it, and goodbye, without resentment. Like, I hold no ill will towards you, but she's going through a list of all of her belongings that she's left at his house. And so first she talks about some of her clothing, and then she talks about her book of prayers, and then to wrap it all up in an apron or in some type of package for the porter, the doorman, to hold for her, and she'll come and get it. And at the very end she says, but if you want to keep the cuffietta that you gave me, which is like a bonnet that he buys for her in Act 2, with the little money that he actually had. He buys her a gift, and it's something she just is so treasures, because she knew he didn't have the money for it. She tells him he can keep it as a token or memory of their love together. And in my interpretation, that's like the moment where you can't come back from that. That's the final line in that breakup conversation where it's like, okay, once I say this, it's real, it's happening, we're not going to be together. And so when she says that, that's where I feel like the true emotion, she just pours out her heart for him and says, like, you can keep it as a token of our love, and I'm, goodbye, but please know I don't harbor any resentment towards you. And yeah, so sad.
Yeah,
Very
thank you
sad.
very much. And thankfully, because it's La Boheme, they both immediately change their minds and sing a
Exactly.
beautiful duet and walk off the stage together.
That's right.
And then she dies in the next act. So, yeah, very nice. What do you want to kind of play around with on this today?
So, I guess interpretation, because there's so many different ways I feel like this can be played. I feel like sometimes Mimi can be played as the more reserved, what's the word I'm looking for? Very proper, but then also, she is technically quite young. So I feel like there are youthful elements that can be brought into it. And so I'm just kind of open to letting it be malleable, like Play-Doh, and seeing what, really reads for the audience. Because without knowing that, sometimes I think it can be confusing without knowing the full context of the aria. It kind of, her listing off belongings is sometimes hard to convey because you can't represent the object, right? Always, I could, Book of Prayers, I feel like that's kitschy, So-
Yeah, sure, that makes sense.
Right.
That makes sense.
So I'm kind of wanting to play with the characterization, I guess, would be the best way to put it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I love that idea. So how about we play a game?
Okay, great.
Yeah? So let's pick a phrase. Let's find a phrase in the piece where you feel like you can vary how you want to present Mimi, and let's find our choices for how we might present Mimi.
Right.
So some of the words that I just heard were like youthful and maybe naive a little bit. What's another option other than that?
I don't know if determined is the right word, but something that resolved, like she is resolved in this decision.
Yeah, okay, so
Like she's certain.
resolved is great. I love that. So kind of youthful and naive, resolved. I'd love a third option.
Okay.
Do you think there's a third one?
Heartbroken.
Heartbroken.
Yeah.
Like devastated.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So let's find, where do you think is a phrase that we can play with some of these? Because like you said, a lot of this aria is like, we're listing things.
Right.
Right? We could implement those.
Right. Maybe the beginning could be the more youthful, and the only reason I say that is because she's kind of presenting things in a very poetic way.
Yeah.
She's trying to communicate with Rodolfo in a language that he's going to understand,
Yeah.
in my opinion. So, because she's saying, I'm going to return to my solitary nest. She's being very poetic by referring to their home as her nest, and, I'm going to go back to weaving my false flowers, I'm going to go back to my work.
Yeah.
She has a very, imaginative way that she's portraying it, so I feel like maybe that could be the youthful, naive, I don't know.
No, I love it.
I was like, I'm spitballing,
I love it. I love it. I actually think that we can use this first basically page in a system for all three choices.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Great.
because I think you could also play this as like very resolved, like, listen, I heard what you said,
Right.
so I'm going to do what's best for us.
Right.
You can also play this as like, look, I heard what you said.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes,
So
yes.
I feel like this first page can be any of the three.
Perfect.
So let's do naive first. We're going to do it 3 times. She's going to give us a different option each time, and then we're going to have audience participation as to which one was the most affecting.
Yay.
Torna
We'll stop there. Perfect. Okay. So that was this kind of naive, innocent, yeah? All right. Number 2, determined. Good, very nice. Okay, number 3, heartbroken, devastated. Yeah, so take a minute, sort of recenter yourself. Okay, all right. Audience, number 1, hands up. Okay, couple. Number 2, the very sort of determined. Single. Number 3, heartbroken. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
So why do you think we might feel that way? What did you feel on number 3?
I think the text where I was really able to emphasize alone, like the word alone, I'm returning alone, like I'm going. It was very much of a retreat because I'm wounded. And I think it was a whole lot easier. Oh, hello. I think it was a whole lot easier to express that woundedness, but also like, I think it made it more relatable because I think everybody has experienced a situation like that, whether it's in a romantic or platonic or familial relationship. Someone says something that they didn't either expect you to hear or they didn't mean in the moment. And you can see the second it comes out of your mouth, you see it on their face, you see the wounding, and you can't take it back. It doesn't matter how many times you say you're sorry. You can't fix a broken plate, right? And I think that made me more relatable to the audience because everybody has had a moment like that where they've been wounded by someone else, whether intentional or not. So I think that's why it was more effective.
Yeah, I very much agree with you. I can see in your performance of it, your authentic experience of what that is, right? So one of the things about opera is that, especially depending on sort of what genre we're in, right? But Puccini, we generally are dealing with, as I would tell my 5-year-old, big feelings. We're having big feelings in Puccini. Right, where
very big feelings.
when we're doing Pelléas and Melisande, we're kind of like, what feeling am I having? It's just very atmospheric.
Yes,
so,
right.
But this is one where I feel like I love the idea of the naivete.
Right.
But naivete, I feel like, is slightly more nuanced than Puccini tends to write.
Agreed.
Where this, like, as you said, we all know what it feels like in one way or another to be really, really heartbroken. Yeah? And I think the thing that I loved about that one is that it gave me 3 more colors in your voice over the course of a page.
I love that. Wonderful.
Yeah? So I think that kind of trusting your instinct when it comes to like leaning into the what do I want to say? Not primal, but like, do you know the the sort of somatic feeling of like, this is what brokenheartedness is. Could we very briefly, before we wrap up, move that into the end of the aria?
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. Let's do,
At the
yeah, come from Bada.
Bada? Yes. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if can we just go on the measure of Bada? Okay.
Hey, that felt good. See this? Oh no! Oh no!
That's what that
Happy
does.
tears, not sad tears.
That's wonderful.
Thank you,
That's
thank
what.
you.
That's where you're wanting to move
Yes,
people
yes.
with this,
Okay,
right?
great.
Like,
Heartbroken. Got it.
yeah,
Note
like
made.
take us to that place of like, because it's not just that like the relationship is over. It's
Mhm.
like she knows she's gonna die now.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah, it's goodbye forever. Mm.
So it's this really like very deep kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Beautiful work.
Thank you so
very
much.
much.
Thank
yeah.
you. Great.
Hello, I am Elijah English, and today I will be singing Vivi Tiranno from Handel's Rodelinda.
Great, Elijah. It's good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
I like that you brought something that's so easy to sing and play.
Yeah.
That's always really nice. Okay, good. How'd it go?
I think it was okay. This is relatively new in my body. I've put it out into the world in front of people only twice before.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to find how it feels in context of all of the music that's there, not just in my practice space when I'm jumping from section to section. Trying to find ways to kind of bring the character through all of those orchestral moments has really been a challenge for me.
Yeah, sort of finding the flow of and like the arc of what's happening up here.
Right,
Yeah?
exactly.
Yeah, okay. So would you tell us a little bit about what that arc is? What are you singing about?
Yeah, so I'm playing Bertariro, who is a king who, long story short, was presumed dead after a friend of his had a battle with him to try and take his throne, and he's been hiding, and he's come back. He's been imprisoned because he's been found out, while this guy who tried to take his throne is also trying to do that by marrying either his sister or his wife, whichever one wants to marry him, basically. And then there's another guy who helped the betrayer, who is also trying to take the throne and betray the betrayer. And so right as I show up, I have just saved the guy who betrayed me by killing the guy who's trying to kill him. And so what I'm saying is, live, you tyrant, so that you can vent your fury upon me. And then in the second section, I'm saying, I saved you to show that my heart is bigger than my fate. That even though I could have killed you, and probably should have, I didn't, to show that I'm bigger. And then again saying, live, you tyrant, to vent your fury. Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. So it's, again, like I mentioned this earlier today, early opera can sometimes be like the Springer Show in terms of the plot, right? It's like, well, you tried to marry my wife and my sister, you know, it's that kind of a feel sometimes. And the characters can be just as outlandish in terms of their emotional reactivity. Yeah. So, but I think the challenging thing is how do we show that while executing enormous runs of very difficult coloratura? Yeah. And then in these very long, I think you mentioned these long orchestral interludes too.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So talk to me a little bit about where you feel maybe stuck or like you're not sure where the arc wants to go for you.
Yeah, I think for me specifically coming, you know, I always think about ABA music as, you know, you have a feeling where you're coming from to get to that moment, and then the B section changes you as to why you need to say the A section again. And I've been having difficulty figuring out how that is going to be portrayed vocally, spending so much time on the ornaments and trying to make sure those feel comfortable. But why do I need them? So I think where my mind is at right now, I'm coming into this having just killed someone, and so there's an element of resolve, exhaustion, that this is almost over, but at the same time, there's this just, I'm furious, but it's a seething fury because I've just done this thing, but I've decided to let this, I think maybe even in the beginning, still deciding to let this guy live as I'm beginning the words. Then in the B section, I'm feeling pity for him, almost in a way that's like, it would almost be better for you if you were dead, but I'm too good to make that happen. And then that's at the return, I'm thinking, there's more fury in the music in the way that I'm doing it, I think. But I'm trying to find a way to how to resolve that with that decision that I've made. To, you know, where am I standing on how I feel about this person is, maybe I'm not deciding to kill him anymore, but I'm just saying, you're still going to feel some fury, and why don't you stand up and tell me what you've done? You know, because I think at this point too, he's been like, he thought I was dead this whole time. And now that I'm back, he's having to face the mistakes that he's made. And so I think there's a little bit of like, what do you have to say for yourself in the end?
Yeah, I think that tracks very, very well. So what I'm sort of curious about is if we can have the A section be this kind of, I like the adjective you used, seething.
Yeah.
This kind of simmering under the surface.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the trickiest thing about seething anger is that, especially on stage, is that it requires complete commitment. Like the second you second guess your seething anger, people are like, you're just a little mad, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think I can feel the impulse, like occasionally there's a little bit of movement in it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that we need it in this A section. The stuff you did in the return of the A,
right,
I love. Where it's like, I'm gonna wring your neck,
Yeah.
you know, like, that was amazing.
Thank you.
I think in the A section, if you can have it be like as angry dad as possible. Do you know what I mean by
Yeah,
that?
definitely.
Like just that look of like, I don't have to move a muscle and you know how mad I am with you.
Which is the most challenging thing for me ever on stage, is to not move, especially with this long music. So I appreciate you saying that, because I need to do that more.
Well, for sure. I mean, I think the sort of extra movement it's part and parcel of everything else you're doing up here, right?
Yeah.
It encourages that movement in the body. But I think the other thing is that often I find in my own singing, if I'm doing this, it's because my body actually wants more solidity. It's like I'm searching for more solidity with my feet. So I wonder what would happen if in this opening section, if you like really find like maybe a slightly wider stance, feel like you can really feel the ball and the heel of your feet. And just allow that movement and kind of that energy to come out through here, obviously. But then if I can see it in your eyes, never let it leave your eyes. Yeah?
Yeah.
And then I think let's kind of start with that, and then we'll check in on the B section. Good deal?
Yeah. It feels to me, I don't know how it looks to everybody else, but it feels to me so incredibly stagnant that it's kind of hard for me to be in that space.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I was able to really kind of focus in, I feel like, on expressing a little bit more through the music without having to be like focused on what my body is doing as much. As I was really like, okay, I'm just gonna be here and I'm gonna be intense and focus on that. So I don't know how it translated. It felt really restrained for me, but I feel like it could also have maybe helped in a lot of ways that I'm unaware of.
Sure. So I think that it's kind of a mix, right?
Yeah.
I sort of wanted to take us all the way. I wanted to take everything away from us for a sec. Yeah. Just to see how it felt. I could feel about halfway through that you were feeling a little constrained.
Yeah.
The nice thing is, though, about handle is that if we start from this much and let the music speak for itself, then we don't have to add a whole lot on top of it, and what we do add can be very meaningful.
That makes sense.
So the two ideas that I had, and I would love to get your take on them, is there's like a very short orchestral interlude in the A section. Do you know where I'm talking about?
I do, yeah.
This little corner.
Yeah, right.
Uh-huh. Yeah, just like 4 measures, and that's kind of all you need. So I think if you can just kind of really plant, and because you're giving him the like bad kid talking to. It's like, I can't believe you did this. I'm so ashamed of you. Right, essentially. At that point, once you hit this little orchestral interlude, for me, I feel like that's almost like, and now we're done talking. So it's almost like I'm finished and I can walk away, and then you turn back. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
but
let
the
them have
thought
it.
wasn't finished. It could have been, but it wasn't.
Yeah, like actually you need to hear more about this, you know? So perhaps a little bit of movement, it doesn't have to be super rapid, but just like I'm finished here, sort of start to move and then like let it really snap you back.
Sure.
Do you know? Like have it be, because I feel like you are restraining yourself from violence.
Yeah.
That's why the whole beginning part is so still, is because you're like, if I move at all, I'm going to lunge at you and murder you.
Right. Yeah.
Do you know?
That makes sense.
So then you have this movement like, now I really need to walk away. And then you're like, okay, I'm not going to kill you, but have it. You know? Can we just try that little corner?
Absolutely.
Let's see. Where's a good place to get into that? Maybe previous page? Oh gosh.
I know.
So many notes.
Maybe at 41, and I can just come in right on 42, if that works, if it happens to be that soon.
Yeah, just a measure, and then, is that okay for you, Dr. Lee? Okay, all right. Good.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, I like playing with that idea. That could, and I was actually thinking while the music was playing, there's a moment in the music actually that I think could be the turning moment even before I sing. So I think, if I could try that again with that in mind to see how that feels.
Yeah, let's just play a little bit and see what feels authentic. Yeah. How'd it feel that time?
Yeah, it felt good. It felt like there was a moment, and I'm trying to listen for the exact moment, but I feel like it's a moment when the orchestra says, hold on, come back. And I think the phrase I was thinking in my head, in English, was and one more thing.
Yeah.
Was kind of what I was thinking. So,
I love that.
Yeah.
So I think that's on the right track. I wonder, I'd like to try it just one more time.
Yes.
I wonder if you can, after you cut off, kind of linger for the first measure. Like linger maybe I am going to kill you for a second. And that's what actually makes you
have to
go. Like, it's like you finish up and you're like, and then you start to go, but then you have that. But actually,
Yeah.
Can we try that just once more from the same spot? Yeah. I think so. I think kind of maybe just keep playing with that idea and how you want the physicality to be, because there are so many different levels of anger. There can be like, okay, I'm out of here. actually, you know what? Like it can be a little more contained.
Yeah.
It can be like, all right, I'm leaving. I can't believe, it can be faster and more violent. So just kind of figuring out like how, because obviously you need to set yourself up to move into this next section of singing.
Right.
But maybe play with that idea. And
Yeah.
then I think you actually are already doing the other suggestion that I had for the end of the A section, which is that's where the hands start becoming more animated.
Involved.
Right?
Yeah.
Because you're like, okay, I can't hit you, but
Yeah.
Let me just check in on our time real quick. Okay, we got a few minutes. So for the B section,
yes.
there are two kinds of pity we can have.
Yeah.
Maybe. There's probably more, but two that come to mind. One is pity and disgust.
Mm-hmm.
One is pity and like sadness.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have sort of a sense of?
I was feeling more pity, disgust.
Pity, disgust.
Like what a lowly creature that you would resort to betraying all of these people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think if we can find that, then to my mind, you were talking about the transition out of that sort of pity into this more violent feel or this angrier feel.
Yes.
If you feel pity coupled with disgust, there's almost anger like directed at them and at yourself for not just following through and ending the situation.
Sure. Angry that I won't go through with it and kill this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if I had any good sense at all, you know?
Yeah.
So it could be like, I know I have a moral compass that I abide by at least, but it makes me mad that I do. So it's just kind of like the mad goes from directional to everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
In the return.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Definitely. Definitely.
Let's just try the B section into the A return.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Definitely.
All right.
Fulli salvardi, sol per mostrardi, cori mia sorte, più grande il cor, cori mia sorte, più grande il
Good, I don't want to stop you, but you're doing so well. And you almost did something that I think if you commit to it, it's really good.
Yeah.
At that end, can you actually give a like down the nose, like, you sorry piece of, give that look as you hit that corner.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Where's a good place to get into that little ending? But let's go on. Get angry.
Vivi tirano,
Very nice, Elijah. How's that feel?
Much more complete. Yeah.
Yeah.
Much better. Yeah.
Yeah, good. So I think just kind of continuing that exploration, and with your coach and your teacher, like try to go too far with the anger and the return of the A section, like to the point where you're like on some of these moving notes, you're like, I really murdered. Like, just
Yeah, literally, physically.
like you are barely restraining yourself.
Mm.
And it's only because of the fact that you know if you do it, it's going to ruin the whole rest of the plan.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Beautiful signature difference.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, yeah, I think what it actually, I need to find a better way to write it. I actually love it if it's like, so that it comes in more together. So I have to find a better way to write it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michaela Fitzpatrick, and I'll be starting with the Silver Aria from Moore's Ballad of Baby Doe.
Gold is like the sun.
Very nice, Mickey. Yeah, how'd it go?
That was the best C sharp I've ever hit.
It was really nice. Good, I'm so glad. How else did things go in the piece? How did it flow? I know this is it's a little newer, is that right?
Yeah, it's a little funky. The meter changes are funky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I played the role key in the beginning, so.
That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, with some of the newer opera pieces, it's hard to figure out where we are, both in terms of meter and in terms of like where our tonal center is, right?
Yep.
I thought you both navigated it really well. What do you want to do? What do you want to play with?
What I'm doing with my body, it's a hard one. It's all ambiguous. I'm singing a little love song to the moon, but it's hard for me to figure out what to do with the rest of me.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. What are some things that you've kind of tried or experimented with up to this point in terms of finding a little bit of comfort in the body?
Just a lot of pointing. So I'm doing a lot of indicating up for the moon, indicating down for the earth, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And the beginning, it's a little bit angrier when she starts, so it's more chatty. So it's easier for me to use my hands, but then once it starts slowing down, it's hard to figure out where to go.
That makes sense. Who do you think is in the room with you as you're singing this? In the scene?
Yeah, in the scene, it's everyone. So it's all these men are arguing about the cost of gold versus silver, and I'm trying to convince you that silver is going to be silver standard is going to be the thing that blows us all out of the water, even though it turns out I'm wrong. But this whole argument is happening beforehand about how gold is worth so much more than silver, and I'm dating this guy that owns a silver mine, so I might as well put in my 2 cents about how silver is going to be worth more. So I'm sort of bringing everyone back to me at the beginning, and then after that I kind of take my moment.
Okay, got it. All right. What do you think about the idea of staging it a little bit and letting yourself move very freely around this space?
Yeah.
And then we'll see if we can translate that into a more stationary feel, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so are gold and silver people all planted together? Are they divided across the room from one another?
I feel like they're all over.
They're kind of all over, so it's just like rabble, rabble, rabble.
Yeah, it's almost
Okay.
like I'm literally talking to an arc around me
Yeah.
in my brain.
Okay, all right. So we've got kind of this arc of people across here. What else is in your surroundings in the room?
I feel like there's probably a table and chairs behind me. I feel like before this, I feel like I was sitting before I got up and kind of pulled everyone together from this argument. So I feel like everyone else is sitting and I'm the only one that stands up to stop it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you can actually start sitting. Say you're at this table. So you'll probably hop up. Please, gentlemen, please. Right. And then as you're making your opening arguments, do you feel like the impulse to stay there and get everybody's attention, or do you feel the impulse to kind of move around the table?
Once I get the attention, I feel the impulse to move and talk.
Okay, all right. So I'm gonna let's let this be kind of free form. Be as specific as you can about who you're seeing, whether they're gold or silver. Like as you address things, who are you addressing? And I think allow yourself to travel, yeah? If you feel like you want to make it around to the back of the crowd by coming down these steps, do that. But just kind of see what creating the scene in your mind moves your body to do naturally. Deal? All right, from the top, please.
Gold is like the sun.
old pause over here, but
That's okay. But I mean, I think like it seems like I'm seeing gestures that feel very, very authentic and organic that weren't there before.
yeah.
Yeah? So I think that's really, really nice. A couple things came to mind briefly that may be bad ideas, but I'll tell you what they are. So on some of these places, you're trying to make a persuasive argument, right? Which at this point in time, as a woman, I mean, at this point in time, at any point in time in history, but you know what I mean? Like, how are you going to convince them to listen to you, and not only listen to you, but to buy into your ideas? Do you know? So one thing that came to mind is, what is the line? All that's glowing, cool, and tender has the feel of silver in it. I wonder if that's an opportunity to do a little bit of like self-touch. Has the feel, you know, just a little something to be like, don't you want to believe me? Do you know? And then I also feel like you have these potentially different focus points. Silver in an infant's laughter, silver on the sage's brow, like you're trying to talk up some old guy who, you know, you want to agree with you. Silver, and then up here, silver in a moonlit river.
Yeah.
Yeah? I wonder about having sort of these little focus points in there. Can we try some of those phrases? Where do we get into this? Could we just go at all that's glowing, cool, and tender? Just right on it?
All that's glowing, cool and tender has the feel of silver in it. Silver in an infant's laughter, silver on the sage's brow, silver in a moonlit river, echoes the
How's that feel?
Much better.
Yeah? I feel like that's where you're making the thrust of your argument, because then all of a sudden it settles down because you're like, oh, I have your attention. Do you know? So you got them convinced by that point. I love all of that. I think it looks wonderful. One of the other things as you go through this piece is include, this is going to sound weird, but include your final consonants as like a physical gesture. Like I am trying to speak as clearly as possible to you people. Do you know? I think it'll add a little something to the musical line, and it'll also help you feel a little more connected to the text as like a physical experience. Yeah. Could we add that into what we just did? Start at the same place.
all that's glowing, cool and tender has the feel of silver in it. Silver in an infant's laughter, silver on the sage's brow, silver in a moonlit river,
Yeah, nice, Mickey. How's it feel?
Much better.
Yeah, good. I see a couple opportunities for maybe being just slightly more specific at the end if you want to try. So I like this. After you're very evocative and trying to get everybody's attention, I like the idea of sort of a little more stillness in this next bit, like, oh, I finally have your attention, so just let me talk to you for a sec, yeah? And you can sort of hang on to that stillness through, I am mining heavenly ore, right? Just kind of, you can have your focus wander a little bit, like you're looking across the faces of the crowd. And then at the end, I wonder about, because you've really sort of convinced yourself this too, because of who you're in love with, huh? That's a place where you can sort of come out of it and give a little gold is the sun. And then I wonder about kind of letting your hand come down and picturing a piece of silver in your hands and being like, but silver, silver, and like, yes, it's a little stagey and literal, but on the do like is hidden in the core. Do you know?
Yeah.
Like, because for this group of people, that would be very moving.
Yes.
Potentially, right? I think the stillness is fine. We don't need to do that. But could we try just I am mining heavenly ore and see what it feels like to try a little bit of that physicality? Yeah.
I am mining heavenly ore. Gold is the sun, but a silver lies hidden in the
What do you think?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah?
It's a little kitschy, but.
I know it's a little kitschy. It's a little kitschy. I'm just trying to think like, because maybe like the motivation for it isn't just being demonstrative. Maybe it's like you've just gotten through this big sort of defense of that's something that's very important to you, and you're motioning to the sun one more time, and you notice that you're wearing this silver ring that Horace gave you, and you go, oh, you know, I actually really do like this stuff. Like, it actually does matter to me. You know, that could be the moment where it becomes a little more personal.
Yeah.
But just playing with little ideas like that, because a lot of what we've done after this initial movement has been stationary, but it feels much more active in terms of the character and the energy to me.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, let me check in on how we're doing, because I feel like this is probably in a good spot to end. Feel okay?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mickey. Really, really beautiful.
Thank you.
That's all, folks. Thank you, Mickey. Not at all. I'm glad you did.
Well, thank you all for coming out today, and for those of you who tuned in, appreciate your taking the time to watch our masterclass. Really want to thank John Lindsay and Dr. Lee for coming out today and helping us out. Did a wonderful, wonderful job. Appreciate it. Hope everybody else learned as much as I did. I know that they did. I know he gave you a lot. And I would also really like to thank today's singers. Coming out and doing a master class puts you in a really vulnerable position. Trying new things in front of an audience is really hard, and really appreciate your taking the time out to do this. Hopefully, again, you got as much out of it as we did. So thank you again for coming out today. Really appreciate it.